Okay, guys, people online, we're just about to start the previous session, which was extremely important for discussing the future of Europlanet and how we go ahead. Overran a little bit, but we are rounding people up from coffee. We have 29, I think, online, so great. Thank you, everybody. You should be seeing now, hopefully, the agenda. And as you will see, it is a long agenda, but we are required to have a council meeting as part of the RI 2024. And there are lots of things coming out from this, some of which have come out during the week, and we have things to do. So I'm going to give the introduction. Now, I am afraid Susmita is not able to be with us today. Unfortunately, a family member fell ill, and she had to fly back from the meeting yesterday. The good news is that the first fears that the person, her father had suffered a stroke, is not occurred. It is actually a sodium imbalance engendered probably by change in medicine. But it does mean that Susmita, who of course, as you know, really runs everything with Sophia and so on, isn't able to be here. She might join us online, but I have said to her, you know, there are more important things to be doing at the moment, and going to see your dad in hospital is takes priority over us. That does mean that unfortunately we've had to rejig a few things, and I'm afraid I'll be ending up giving some of the things that Susmita was going to do, and I won't do it as well as Susmita, and some of the questions probably I would have to ask Susmita or Sophia to do. So apologies for that. But as I say, it's good for changing the scope. So we have a packed agenda. As I say, there's a lot to get through, so we're going to start immediately. I don't know if we can just scroll up a little bit at the end. Can we scroll up somehow? Can I? No, because this is not on my screen here.
Yeah. So do you just want the whole thing?
Yeah. The important thing is at the end, you will see this grant, deviations and periodic report. I'll talk about it in a moment. Council is the ultimate authority for the research infrastructure. That means that when we want to make changes, particularly budgetary changes, we have to get approval from the Commission, but we also have to get approval from all of you. So there is a formal process. Several of the budgetary changes we are not quite ready to put to a formal vote because there are still numbers and so on to be crunched and discussions to be had. However, there are two urgent budget changes that will require a vote, not least because they actually relate to the meeting we've actually held this week. So there will be a formal vote at approximately 4:30 or something this afternoon. So if for any reason you have to, people online, if you have to go off and do other stuff, get back for that because we need you to actually record the vote for that. Sort of, yes. We do need to have enough people to vote. Otherwise we have to go through another process. So I will mention that a little bit later. Right, Callum, can you get me, which is the first presentation? Yeah. You can come around and do it.
Okay. So, you'll need this one.
Okay. You get me on there.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. The other thing is many of these slides will probably be copies or adapted versions of the presentation we made at our second midterm review. I don't know how you could have two midterm reviews, but anyway, our second review with the Commission, which was held last week on the 14th. So that was a very important step. But why it's important that we show you all today is so that you know what we presented to the Commission on your behalf. There will be a report from that presentation. We are anticipating it at the end of the month, and there will be queries. And those queries we will have to pass back to you because through the work package leaders. I'd just like to say on that review, it was a long day as well, but it was very positive. The external reviewer, Christoph from Hungary, has done many European project reviews and so on, and he was very complimentary. He did state this is a big project and it's very complex, and we all know that. But we got a lot of positive feedback. And indeed, our project officer, Yanis, who, again, for those of you who might not remember or know, we had Mina as our excellent project officer for much of the project. She's left RIA and moved on to something else. Yanis has come in. He has a background in astronomy, so this is a community he's at home with, and he's looking after some other astronomy projects. He was also complimentary to many of the things that we did, but it's his job to find questions and to pick holes, if you like, at things that he wasn't clear. So the status is that we will get this report, we will get the questions, and we will then be anticipated to respond to all of those by the middle of July. So that will be the kind of timescale that we want to do. So what we're going to do today is to basically walk you through, give you an overview of all the activities that are going on so that you know them and that you can publicize them and so on. And I think you'll find it very impressive. I'm very grateful for all the people who are coming. I'm particularly grateful for our colleagues from Korea who have come all the way from Korea to be with us at this meeting today. So thank you very much. It's been it's a highlight, as you'll see in a moment, that we've managed to engage and collect people from Korea to join the project. So we really do appreciate you coming today for this meeting. I remind you there, just here, of all the partners that we have in the project, 55. It is an immense amount of people. It is one of the largest research infrastructures currently running, which makes it complicated. It is dwarfed, on the other hand, by the Space Side proposal, which is, if we get funding for the next round, involves even more. But it just shows there, and we're very grateful. I just want to point out that Jacobs University has changed its name. It is now the Constructor University. So if you see, I've tried, I think, most times to put the two abbreviated names. But for those of you who know Angelo and the people at Jacobs, you might not understand that they've actually changed their name in the last year to Constructor. So if you see that coming up, that's who they are. Okay, we haven't invented a new one. They changed their name. So this is the overview that I'm going to give now. I'm just going to walk you through all these ideas and so on, and we'll finish up with the reports and periodic reports. So I'm going to go out quickly. Again, I just want to remind you this complexity and this journey that we're on. You've seen this lots of time this week with the idea that we are the culmination of several other aspects. We will not have another Europlanet RI in the format that we've had in the last 3 iterations. We will now be part of larger cluster projects, at least for the rest of Horizon Europe. We have lots of discussions this week saying that maybe the Commission isn't quite going down the route that's most beneficial for the program that they want. And with the other space research infrastructures who did agree last night that we will all work together, we will form a network of networks, and we will work together in the months ahead. But this is the last of the Europlanet RIs envisaged at the moment. We do not anticipate that there will ever be another call that will be so specific for planetary science as there has been. So that's why we've also been doing the sustainability this week. So the objectives, as we wrote, and as when we write the periodic report in about a year's time, is to be the pan-European infrastructure to address the questions, both scientific and technological, for planetary science. The most diverse collection of field sites, Gareth will talk after this on that, to analyze planetary environments. Structure, integrate and optimize facilities and services, which particularly includes the wonderful VA activities, which you'll hear about again. To form these collaborations with international, particularly non-EU communities. And again, this week, we'll be pushing ahead with the Africa program, and it does seem there seems to be beginnings of a collaboration to work with Latin America, which is really interesting. Very much about the next users and leaders, and we've had EPIC here. Okay, they're in another session at the moment, but that's really important. And this diverse, inclusive planetary science, we'll keep coming back to this word of diversity. It's a big thing, and it's not just the Commission, it's in nearly every nation as well, that we are still, if we look around the room, we are rather Caucasian in our makeup, and we do need to do something about that. For those of you who are in the diversity sessions of this week, we are pushing to make at least sign that perhaps we're more gender balanced, but there's still a lot to be done. These are just the things that we highlighted to the Commission. I think it's important everybody knows we do need good news stories. So we only get the good news stories if you tell us the good news stories. So these are the things that we have said that we have succeeded in doing in the 2024. If you feel that there is something that we have missed, then please tell us. Tell your working package leader. But we have expanded the suite of facilities, particularly linked to missions, with the JUICE one being particular. Gareth has stressed that. We particularly looked for icy systems and so on. We have done some groundbreaking technology work. And again, Gareth may mention that about meteorites and return of planetary samples. So we are doing some technology development. The simulation and the spectral analysis facilities, particularly for JUICE under the VESPA program, has been really important. The data distribution, Stéphane unfortunately may be online, but Stéphane and the team have made an amazing success that they've managed to get basically Europlanet to be recognized as having produced the tools and the stuff needed by both NASA and ESA. That's a huge achievement by the guys to do that. So they deserve enormous congratulations for that. The Space Weather Service, the SPIDER service, again, it's unique. It was founded in the last program. It's developed under this program. And again, it's being adopted worldwide because it's understanding space weather around other planets and spacecraft and other planets is unique. And as I say, this methodology to provide virtual access to the TA facilities during the pandemic is being picked up by other programs. But I think in laboratory access, we certainly perhaps mentally are ahead of the game, if yet we haven't quite worked out how to do it most optimally, but we certainly worked on it. So these are some of the highlights that we did. The geological mapping, the GMAP team that joined us, again, have been incredibly successful in publicizing what they do, and that was something the Commission really liked. The machine learning tools, it was highlighted in the referees reports all those years ago. Yes, it was timely that the community did that. And again, the tools that have been developed in that work package and in related projects will be something that we will take forward. We finally got the telescope network. I said Steve Miller must be applauding us somewhere in the world because he's been wanted us to do this for 20 years. And finally, through Grazina and the other team and Gunther, who will be talking later, we've done that. The virtual meeting formats, the Hoover projects moving forward, yes, we've done that. And these databases between academic and industry, it's tough, but again, thanks. Marcel's left us, but Geronimo is here. That really is a hard, that's a nasty one to be given that task. And we even saw just recently how difficult that is. It is vital though. I mean, if you are an academic and you think your career in the next 10 years is going to develop, if you're not working with industry, you're going to be really, you're going to find it tough to get money. So you really do need to work at that. I think one of the things I'll go away from this week is when an early career person said, I had an opportunity to work for a company and my line manager said I shouldn't go to industry. And I thought that kind of attitude had gone. I just can't understand that. I mean, because most early careers are not going to be academics. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. So to have that kind of attitude, struggle. And that's why that mentoring and the REAC portal. All those things were picked up last week, and we were congratulated on doing many of those. So congratulations to everybody. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through it, just remind you of the objectives. Yes, we want to be at the forefront of the international planetary space science. We are, we're recognized. We're recognized around the world now. We have come of age, and that's really important. We are stretched around the world. As I say, we have the telescopes around the world. We've done our first field site activities in Latin America as well as Africa. So we are reaching out, which is great. Okay, so just reminding you, the management committee, these projects cannot be run without a management system. It was very interesting that when we started to put together the new proposal, that when we saw how other infrastructures are doing it, there is a gradual recognition. The bigger the project, you need project management. You need the Susmitas, you need the Sophias, you need the people who actually know to do that. Because actually academics, we have many skills, but we are not professional project managers, okay? And we shouldn't be. So I'm incredibly grateful, as I say, for that. And we built up that system. And we've had to therefore get people to step forward to take on these work packages, and you'll be hearing from all later on. There is a great big team here. Sorry, I haven't corrected Jacobs on that slide. So you'll be hearing from all of those. We also have had external input from the chair of the external review panel. Probably hasn't worked as well as we wanted. Maybe that's our fault that we didn't quite work out how we could structure that. But again, we have had some external input to what we do, and that's important. Okay, so council, like today, I remind you, we had the first council meeting. We had the first council meeting in the kickoff in Windsor in end of February when we started, just before the pandemic. Then we had our second meeting in Granada. This is the 21 meetings had to be virtually. We possibly before the end of the project will need another council meeting, particularly because of some of the voting that we'll need to do. But that may well be virtually, because we don't, by the time we meet again in Berlin in 2024, the project will have finished. Okay. You don't need, these are the work packages, you know them. This is the mod project management team. You know it, as I said, apologies, Susmita sends her apologies, but has a fairly good one. I'd like to point out, actually, as I say, that we have some other people who have been vital here. It's always Anita, you know. She does so much work. And although we may write the proposal, without Anita's input at that stage to get it into a really one, I saw this in the space side proposal. If we don't get it, I'll be upset, not only because it's the best one we've written, right? It really is the best one we've written. But the lesson was that Anita did have, even in the constructive period, you had a little more time, not much, to work on it. Jonas and the ESF have been vital to this, not only for the TA part of the program, but also for the other work because of the society and the links to the society. Sophia, finances, you know, it's not an easy job, right? But she's done a great job. And I'd like to call out to Callum. Callum has joined us in this thing. This is his first job. You know, he's a graduate of history, but we brought him into the project, and anybody who's worked with Callum knows that his person skills and his people skills are amazing. And I hope you've enjoyed our community as much as we've enjoyed you being and joining us. And it's been great. So thank you very much, Callum. These are all our management tools. The only one to say the Slack channel, as you know, is moving to Discord, and we've heard good things about that. We do have all these things. Most importantly, can I just put out, if you are organizing meetings related to the RI, we do have the Zoom webinar. So if you only have the one that lasts an hour and you've only limited to the number of people, we do have that option. So, and that is something we will continue with the society as well. Okay, so we have delivered 42 deliverables in the project in the last reporting period. Now, the Commission doesn't want deliverables like this anymore because they have to read them, okay? And as you will see, a constant theme coming out today is basically the Commission is reducing the amount of work it does. That is because they are overstretched and overstressed, so they decide that stress can come to us and they will have fewer deliverables. But 42 deliverables is a lot. In new projects, the maximum number of deliverables is 15 across the whole project, and we had 42 in the last period. However, if you don't have some deliverables and you don't have some milestones, you don't know how you're reaching them. So in future projects, deliverables will be replaced by milestones, which we police, not the Commission. Nonetheless, we've had 4 in work package 1, which are related to the data management plan. I've got one slide on that. The data management plan is important. It has to be updated. That's something we run centrally, but we have to do that. We have some other ones here on external board review and the sustainability report. The sustainability report is vital because that's one of the key things we have to do, and that's what this week has been about. Our next sustainability report will draw down heavily on this ERIM. And I say again, Anita's suggestion of having this meeting to actually concentrate on this is great. because we don't do this at EPSC. I mean, I want to go to the science sessions. I want to talk to people about stuff, and trying to do that at the same time, you know, that's why we had this meeting, and it's been really brilliant. So thanks a lot. We had 24 milestones, 7 of those. These are the milestones for the management. And as I say, you will see the council meeting. It's compulsory to have council meetings. So that's one of our milestones we have to meet. The financial report, you will hear the financial report later on. This is an incredibly complicated project. And particularly on the TAs, you can't set the budget at the beginning and think it's going to flow through. It doesn't work like that. So continually trying to monitor the finances is really important. We have huge problems in assembling these reports. So I'll do the plea again. And I know it's not often your fault. I mean, it's not you. You've got to go and talk to your administrators, and the administrators will finally give you the finances because you don't control them. But it is an enormous problem in collecting these things. And if we can't get all the information, we can't control the budget. And as the projects get more and more complicated, this becomes a big problem. We also have to do value for money. Now, I know that once you've got a budget allocated to you, it's natural to think, it's my budget. It isn't. As we have stressed, when you get the budget at the beginning, it is a guide. Things will change. Things do change. So it's natural, particularly in the current circumstances with the current financial crisis, that your university wants to keep their hands on every penny they've got. But we have to show that that money is being used to do the things that we've said it to be done and is good value for money. Otherwise, the audit, when the auditors come around, you will lose that money. And it will be beyond the project, we can't reallocate it. So I'm afraid, Susmita, Sophia, myself, we're the bad cops. When we get your financial reports, we have got to look at them and see whether you have spent the money wisely. And we've got to compare. So if one person has an activity and says, I produced this material, this paper, in 3 months, and another one says, I took 8 months, why? Okay? Because it's like for like. And the commission will pick that up. And are picking that up. So we will come back to you and say, I know you rather like to fund that postdoc for an extra few months because you thought it was good and you thought you had the money, but we can't let that happen. Okay? It has to be explained. You can't just add another couple of activities and say, oh, well, I had a bit of money left over, so I've done an extra couple of things. I understand scientifically why that's good, but that's not how the commission works. You can't just invent extra activities and put them in the report and say I paid extra money to do that because you didn't get approval to do it in the first place. So particularly as we come into the final part of the project, looking at those budgets is really an issue. And I'm afraid some of you, we may have to have some rather tough discussions with, because the danger is that if you've used the money that way, ultimately the commission and the auditor will say you shouldn't have used it that way. You will lose that money. But it also means that we can't use that money because it will be beyond the end of the project, so the project loses that money. So that's why we will be quite hard on you, I'm afraid. Transnational Access Program, Gareth's going to talk about in a minute. I won't go into details, but it's an essential part. It's also one of the most complicated parts, and it's one of the most problems in the budget. We'll come to that later. The virtual access team, they have 2 parts. They are developing things as JOAs, and they are delivering them as services. The JOAs have to finish. All the experimental JOAs finished in January. We have to show that we invested in something, we produced it, and the community is using it. So, Atomkia here, I can say this one because we've been good. We said that we would install a new beamline, we would get it up and running, and in the TAs, people would be able to use it. They delivered that last September. Everything was operational. So that means that there is a group of users, I don't know, is it 6 on the Aquila? Yeah. They got a lot of bids to use the new beamline, probably too many for them because it's a bit of a headache. But we'll be able to say to the commission, we told you we'd build this beamline, we told you we'd offer it to the community wanted it, we funded 6 TA visits. In the VAs, we have to do the same. And I know it's harder to find out how the users will use it, but if they've invested this money, the Commission wants us to be able to know that people are using it. That is why the machine learning tools, the virtual access tools, and the TA tools, they're finished. The TA tools, the VA tools finish next month. That's 1 year then to show that you use it. So we'll come back to that. We have the external review board advising us on this. The networking activities, Anita and Gunther will talk. As I say, I think the Telescope network's been particularly successful. The sustainability reviews, they are vital because the Commission will do it. It was actually quite important to get this message over last week. Yanis is reviewing our proposal that we put in March. Okay, he's not going to do that in a vacuum. Okay. So we will know the result of that. He will be looking to see how we're following through and how the other research infrastructures are following through when he reads those proposals and is part of the team that will decide which of the 2 projects might get funded in space. So you've heard all about that this week. I won't go into great details because you've heard about it. That's what this week has been about. You've heard about the legal entity, the AISBL legal entity. That's an essential part of the sustainability plan. And I just wanted to put this slide up to show the structure, but also just to take the opportunity to thank Anne-Carine and Didier. As I say, Anne-Carine has been a good member of the research infrastructure, but she has then got this other hat of being the incoming president of the society, but her and Didier and Bera were essential in setting this up. And again, yesterday, when we were talking with the other research infrastructures, there was lots of interest. And Jonas and I were sitting down with the ORT people thinking, oh, that's what you can do. This is the new structure that we will have. And it's been an essential part of delivering it. And that's the Work Package 1 team have been key in delivering that. That's the goals of the AISBL. Again, I won't go into it because you've heard it during the week. I should also just mention the outreach company, the GOG. Some of you will have met Lothar this week. He's been here. It's another part of our sustainability plan for outreach activities, and you've heard about that. And again, Europlanet will hear later on. For 20 years, since again the founding members, Steve Miller comes up again, insisted at the beginning that if this was going to work, we needed to do things like outreach and education. And that has been a constant theme of these Europlanet activities. So we've got this meeting this week. We've got the planning. A business plan will be coming ahead. Data management plan. Okay, most of you think, oh, okay, got a data management plan. Unfortunately, it is a legal requirement of the project. And they do mean what they say. They do want us to have things like, for example, open access and so on. And I'm afraid in the TAs, we probably haven't met that target, and Gareth will say something about that later. But you all have to live this world, I'm afraid. This is Europe world, right? You've all got to live this world. Now, finally, just about some of the grant amendments and the payments. We will be coming on to this afternoon. We've had 3 grant amendments, okay? The first in February 21, the second in September 21, and then you will see a very long gap until the third one in January 23. That is because it was incredibly complicated to get that one written. We got the 6 months no extension. So we are now extended to July next year. But there's a problem with that, right? We didn't counter salaries for management team and everything else to cover that 6 months. We have to have money to cover salaries because otherwise Susmita and Sophia and Callum, you know, will be. We had this discussion yesterday. Callum likes to go out into the fields and collect things for things. But I don't think he should live that way. He shouldn't have to, you know, go out and collect food in the heath with us. We actually have to pay him. So we have to get that in there. The delivery for TA visits is incredibly complicated. This is inherent. You've all lived this, and we've got to do that. The TA budget follows the outcome of the calls, and until we have the calls and until we have a proper independent peer review, again, something that we've been asked to do by the Commission, and we do pretty well with the ESF, but that requires that. And we've done other things like supporting the Ukrainian fund. To get all those things that we wanted to do, you write in and say, oh, can I move a deliverable? Can I change this? It isn't trivial. Now, the real problem is there are no more grant amendments. The Commission doesn't want grant amendments. End of. Right? They now say you can do it as a deviation. You can tell us in your report that you moved the money around. That sounds good. But a deviation is not the Commission telling you they've approved it. And we have had several institutions, some may be in the room, where the managers of the institution have said, I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy to give you the money back or move the money across because, you haven't, I want a grant amendment, but the Commission won't give us a grant amendment. Okay. And moving forward, they won't. And some of the future projects, they are going to have a completely different funding scheme, which is the, what's the title? Lump sum. And that's going to be a completely other nightmare, right? Because they give you a lump sum, but changing it is almost impossible. So that's what you're voting on. You're voting on this afternoon for things that would normally go through as a grant amendment, but will have to record as a deviation. But there's no other way of doing it. This reduces the work from the Commission. It should make it, in principle, it makes it easier to do things, but your finance people can worry about this because a deviation is not an approval. And therefore, when they get the final report, they can say, you shouldn't have done that. We're not going to pay it. We came round there, we had a discussion, we tried to get, the project officer to give us approval, but a kind of way that was kind of wording that he would approve, and you'll see this afternoon. Okay. And this is why we're doing it. So the budget redistribution, we have to fund the extension, right? We've got 6 extra months. There will be no management team. There will be nobody to write the reports. There will be nobody to do that. So they have to be paid. So we have to find that money, and that means we've got to take it from other bits of the project. Normally, there is bits of money that's floating around. But now we're at the critical point. We actually have to have that to make sure that those salary costs are covered for the University of Kent, etc. We have to redistribute the money for the TA partners because some of them may not hold the TA until they have some guarantee that they're going to get that money back, particularly in the current climate. And Gareth will talk about that. You have to ensure a delivery to the agreed deliverables. Those deliverables now have to be met. Yanis will not move deliverables anymore, right? So it might be you say, can we just have a 2-month extension? No. If you've got a deliverable, you've got to deliver it on time. Yanis is not going to give you approval to move it, particularly in the last year. So don't think there's a way out of saying, just give me an extra couple of months. It won't happen. And as I said to you, it's a value for money. People want to play with the money. I understand that. I would do exactly the same. Indeed, I do exactly the same in terms of other things. But the Commission will come down on that. And I said, this is the equality. I had that task. It took 3 months. Somebody else is doing 8 months. They won't. That's a guaranteed way of you losing your money. And then we lose the money. So that's why we'll be critical. The services, we've talked about this. They particularly need to drive the use of the VAs. We've invested in it. We have to get that, and we have to track it. And we know how difficult that is. Anita still got a demographic survey, planetary science users. We keep saying it in every one of our meetings. It always gets pushed down. The industry database, very important. One of the key things we said in our program, and we did say it in the last program, is that we would increase our engagement with industry. Eventually, they're going to say, why haven't you, well, they are going to say, why haven't you done it? So we need to get that. Sustainability we've had, and the collaborations, we've picked that off. So that's the overview. I just want to finish again by saying, thanks for all of your efforts. We have produced something that is unique. And sometimes we just need to step back and look and think, gosh, what have we done? And we've not just done it in this program, we've done it over the years. Europlanet is an amazing achievement. And it's only got that far because of the input by everybody in every single part of the program. So you really all deserve a round of applause for the congratulations that you've done. And I also thank you for your support personally as the coordinator and on behalf of the management office. I know sometimes it can be a bit stressful and so on, but generally we have worked as a community. You've always worked in a very collaborative way. But as I say, I'd like to finish finally by just saying is the fact that to say the central team, that small team, which, to be honest, the other research infrastructures found quite jealous of. And also when we wrote that space side proposal, I think one of the reasons we got all those other 26, was it, past projects and all those other research infrastructures to collaborate with us, because when they started to work with us and they saw this team, they had confidence. They knew these people were going to do a good job, and they wanted to be in a proposal because they knew there was a good team. So we owe all these people an enormous amount of thanks, not only for what they've done in this project, but going ahead. So I'll finish there. Thanks. Okay, Gareth is now going to take us through the first painful part of TAs. But Gareth has said that he hasn't got so much to talk, so I was allowed to go.
He did say nothing of the sort. Yeah. I've been cut 10 minutes already, and we're 20 minutes behind, so that's a good start. So I would just like to reinforce something that Nigel just said, that things went down very well at the review, and the people were very impressed. They also learnt a lot from us. They asked lots of questions, so that's a good sign. Okay, so I'm going to cover 3 of the work packages in 30 minutes, hopefully. We're going to look at work package 2, 3, and 4. I will cut my contribution to 11 because Anita will do that later, but it was just to stress that the TAs are involved in some of the outreach, etc. So the TA management is organized at my Free University in Amsterdam, but a large amount from Kent and ESF are very important. They conduct the peer review process, which is, thank you, okay, which is is a fundamental part of why things are so successful. The management of the TA is done by what we call the task, which is the Transnational Access Subcommittee. So I chair that, Sarah Russell's deputy, and Barbara and John and Alessandro help with the field sites and the planetary labs. And we have Nick Lloyd from from industry, Thermo Fisher, who is also involved in that. So a very, very quick review of what we have and what has changed. When we started off the project, we had 5 field sites, which are called planetary field analog sites in Iceland, Greenland, Botswana, Rio Tinto in Spain, and Ethiopia. Clearly, we've lost the Ethiopian connection, and we have to try and claim back the money from Ethiopia, which will be a challenge. During the latter part of the project, we had 2 or 3 new field sites join. The Kwadam Basin in Tibet, which unfortunately, due to all sorts of administrative issues and COVID, etc., has not been successful. And essentially, we couldn't manage to get anybody there because it was taking more than a year to organize. So we will now drop that. In Argentina, we had 2 new field sites, the high elevation dry Puna region and the more wetter, colder Patagonian area. Both areas are cold, but wetter area in Patagonia. So we now have coverage in these areas, as you see. I put the cross through China because we're not actually going there. And unfortunately, number 3, we also won't be making use of, but the 2 field sites in different parts of Argentina. So I'll just show you a little bit about the Argentinian things, as this is probably new to some of you. So Fernando Gomez from the company called, well, not company, the research institution CONICET is in Argentina, is actually leading up on there, and we have lots of analogs to Martian environments, and you can see on the top left for you, sort of there are saline lakes at high altitude, and we have various algal formations and lots of surface features. This is a picture taken at one of the recent field trips. So one of the funded sites took this picture, and I was very jealous that I haven't managed to be there yet. Here are some of the people who we funded to go there. And these areas here are algal mats, which they were studying. So they were looking at how life is working in that area. Argentina edition has been a huge success. 6 field visits have happened. 4 groups went to Puna, 2 have been to Patagonia. They haven't all put in their reports yet, but I think 4 have done their reports, but that has been a success and that has all gone ahead. So that's been really good news story. We also then have the 24 planetary lab simulations, which we could sort of link into sort of the 9 institutes and 13 facilities that are simulating extreme planetary environments. And then we have sort of 7 institutes at the bottom that are providing more analytical facilities. So that was what how we set up at the project. And then the important thing after that was that KBSI have joined as a collaborative partner, and they've introduced again analytical instrumentation, the top few ones looking at different sorts of high tech analytical things. So for example, the first one, the what we call the shrimp, the iron microprobe, that instrument costs about $6 or $7 million to buy, maybe even euros. It's incredibly expensive. It needs huge technical support, and KBSI do a phenomenal job with that. We've had people use that, and I think the nanosims has been looked at, and some of the more imaging resources such as the SEMs and TEMs and things have also had visitors. And most recently, in addition to the first 11 facilities they had in the system, they've added 2 more, and these are giant SEMs, TEM type instruments. I mean, you can get the impression on the left-hand side, you can see at the bottom there is a big stool to sit on. So these instruments are huge, and they are cryogenically cooled. So they're perfect for looking at individual cells under cryogenic conditions, and they're very useful for sort of nanotechnology type studies as well. So these are new facilities that we have that I think in the future are going to be even more popular. So the one thing that, one of the several things that have not worked totally correctly in the project is that we haven't had enough Korean visitors come to Europe. We're all very keen to use their fantastic equipment, and we've been very good at doing so. We have to work some more on advertising so the Koreans come to Europe. So at the moment, we have a reciprocal agreement, which we are doing very well on in Europe, because we've been to Korea and spent most of the money that Korea has, and they haven't taken advantage of it. But that's not totally our fault, but we need to work on that in the future. So the way the TA system works is that you can make an application. We check that technically it's okay, and that also you're eligible. Some people in the room will no longer be eligible because they've had so many applications. All the details are on the website. There's then a peer review process that ESF manages. And again, thank you, Jonas. You've done a fabulous job on that. And things turn around. I'm surprised how quickly. Things are evaluated on innovation, science, technology, excellence, etc. That's the way it's done. And then they recommend, the peer review panel makes a recommendation of what to fund or what is fundable. And then the management team then has to see how much money do we have? How many can we actually apply? So the one, we did introduce a fast track one at the end of COVID to encourage early stage researchers who might have been impacted by COVID to have a quick turnaround. And again, ESF were fantastic at turning that round really, really quickly. And we introduced, the last point, we introduced a mandatory detailed implementation plan so that we knew people would, when they would go, and that it was possible to do things in a relatively short time. And I think we've learned from that lesson that perhaps that's something we should take forward more seriously. So here are the statistics. We've had 3 full calls and this fast track call, as we called it. You can see AP stands for the number of applications. TA1E means what was eligible to do field sites, and TA2E means what were eligible to do the labs. And you'll see in the first call, there were 73 were eligible, which means 7 people didn't follow the rules. And a lot of them sort of say it was me applying. I say, oh, Davies 1971 did this, and Davies and Davies and Davies. And it was then clear who had applied. And the application has to be anonymous so that the reviewers don't say, oh, I've heard of Gareth Davies. He's actually published a few things. Maybe we'll give him some more money. We wanted, or they don't like me and they kick me out. That's more like it. But the important thing is we want to encourage that the earlier stage career people have an equal chance to compete with boring old scientists like me. So those are the number of applications. So basically we've rejected less than 10%. One thing we have changed is the implementation period. We set a period, if you apply and you're given an application, we usually give you I think 18 months well, it was 12 months to do the implementation. We've extended that period because of COVID. And if people are struggling, they usually contact the office in Amsterdam, and I discuss with them. And if they can convince me that there's a good reason to move from February next year to March, then we'll discuss it and support it. So here are the numbers. The numbers on the left is how many were funded and how many in TA1 and TA2. And you see we're averaging about 2 in 3 of applications are funded. So people really should make use of this. All facilities have had applications. All facilities have had successful applications, and all bar one, well, I think it's maybe 2 facilities have had completed visits. By completed visits in this talk, I mean the person went, they've done the finances, and they've written the science report, and they've also given us the feedback on their satisfaction. So that's what I mean by a completed visit. So there are 2 visits to Argentina that I know have happened because they've been and have come back, but they haven't actually filled in all the paperwork yet. So they don't count as a completed visit in this way. We now have, so we've actually approved 208 TA visits. 4 of those people have actually subsequently withdrawn because maybe they've moved institution. They no longer have access to the samples they wanted pre and post COVID. So there's been 4 withdrawals. And you can see the numbers at the bottom. We're now up to 88% of the first call is finished, 85% of the fast track is finished, and call 1 is at 70%. Call 3 has only been in operation a couple of months, so that's why those numbers are down there. But so we're well over half of what we have approved have finished, and there are, I think, probably 20 visits that have happened who are now currently dealing with their paperwork. Here's just a quick pie diagram to show you and to make an important point. When we started the project, we assigned so many days of access to the field sites, and I think we probably said 40 days to each field site is what you're going to have. This is the reality of we will fund 45 visits. You'll see that the biggest proportion have applied to go to Iceland and to Botswana. So those are the 2 sites that prove to be the most popular. So they are clearly under budget. And if we don't approve the request at the end of today to reassign money, they're going to be really annoyed and they were going to stop because they've actually spent all their money and more. So we have to reassign the fact that Iceland was going to have something like 11 or 12 visits in total, and we only budgeted them for 4. But that's the reality that we'll see in all cases. This is a horrible slide. I shouldn't put it up, but this is, in case you're interested, this is how many visits have been completed to these individual labs at the moment. In red at the bottom, you see we have 2 completed visits to KBSI. Now, I know more visits have happened than that, and there's paperwork going through, and reports are still being finished. So that comes to 111 in total. One thing big problem was obviously COVID for everybody. How did we deal with that? Well, this is one example of how things went really well. And again, I've used KBSI as an example. There's a couple of students and some old fogey, I think that's me down there, actually analyzing in Korea virtually on this €7 million instrument. So this is Kiwok Lee, who is the head of that group. He's actually there operating things and making sure the instrument is set up. There's two master students and myself with 4 screens, a Zoom link and a team viewer link, and we're actually controlling that instrument, and he is helping us. So we've been evaluating to what extent we can do more and more of these instruments, these visits virtually. So we send samples to Korea. The team there actually process things and help prepare the samples, and then the analyses were done. So some of the labs clearly can do this and are looking into these sort of things, and it's something in the future we're going to evaluate more and more. But clearly, we can't do that in the middle of Botswana. There's no connectivity, even using satellite phones. It's not going to be viable for people to do some field work virtually. And the main reason for doing field work and going to Botswana and working with Fulvio and his team is that they're local experts and they need to interact with the scientists who want to look at specific questions, and they can be advised where to go and how to do that. And that's difficult to do. So I can't see us solving the virtual access for fieldwork very easily. The one big advantage of doing virtual access, of course, is that we actually can save a lot of the travel money and the green agenda, that's fine. The bad part is that we don't train people in situ so much. So although the students here had a fantastic time and learned a lot, they didn't really get their hands dirty and do everything. So they had pros and cons. The main con was they didn't get to go to Korea, and that was the main thing they complained about. Okay, current status and concerns. The underrepresented states are still not being as successful in their applications as other people. Only 1 in 3 applications are being funded. So this is something that we still need to probably do more work in the future on proposal writing. There was advice on proposal writing yesterday. This is something we're going to continually have to do. We have a steady but small number of industrial partners come and use facilities and test their instrumentation, but something we should need to do. I'm not going to, it's too late now, but one thing that we're going to have to be, any future proposals that we get funded or any future systems we run, we're going to have to be much more rigorous about the application process. We set rules, but most people ignore them. We say the maximum is that you can only visit Gareth's lab for a week, and everybody asks for 2 weeks. And of course, the peer review committee is not assessing that. They are just assessing, is the science good? So we found that most projects are actually longer. So when it comes to the final report, we will actually have to tell the commission we had less overall visits than we said we would do. We actually delivered more days than we promised, so that's the offset. So we had less visits, but they were longer. So we've actually delivered the major deliverable. I think we did fortunately set in days rather than number of visits, so we can hide that through the system. There is still a backlog which we're working on. We're continually the Amsterdam office is continually pestering people. When are you going? What's the plan? And for the TA leads who are listening, please help us with that, because we need to recognize if there are going to be any failures. Because if there's going to be money left because somebody doesn't go, we want to make sure we know so that we can spend it and maybe assign it to somebody else within the TA program or other areas. Travel costs are going up. We've all seen travel is more expensive. So that's another thing we're struggling with, that we're finding the visits are a little bit too high. I expect there will be a few more cancellations before the end of the project, just because somebody will say, oh, I'm sick, I can't go. And then there's not time to reorganize things, because we only have less than a year to actually do that. So we have to think about that. But this is something that Sophia and Sushmita are worried about that. So there will be no more calls because we don't think we're going to have enough budget. The budget will be reassigned in, as I saw somebody's taking photographs, so I'm just making sure they can see everything when they take the photograph. We will actually redistribute the money probably in September. So if you're a bit behind in the money from us, you won't get it till September. By then, we will have a good overview of everything that's been spent up until August, September, and then we will reassign everything based on the current plans. So as I said, we're actively monitoring visits. Nigel said I would talk about the TA data and archiving. I'm not going to do that. It's a big issue. We have to solve it, but we're not going to solve it in this RI by the looks of it. But in the future, we have to find a way that all the data produced in the TAs is actually archived correctly in a user-friendly manner. Okay, take-home messages, all the TA leads who are listening, everything has to be finished by May next year, because it always takes a couple of months to deal with the admin. And we cannot have admin being finished after the closure of the projects. So we need to better document the expenses for visits. Some people are not being good at keeping a record of the accommodation costs or the travel costs, etc. And when it comes to auditing, you may lose that money. If you can't have a good record of what you've done, the EU may just say, okay, that's not valid, and you will be out of pocket by a few thousands of euros. I always say this: don't pay the expenses of the visitor until after they've done their report. Now, it's a bit tough on early stage researchers, so I usually give in and pay the early stage researchers, because if it's a professor who comes or a lecturer, tough. They can live without a few thousand euros for a few weeks, but the students can't. So try and make sure that you efficiently get the reporting done so that we can pay the students as soon as possible. And as I've said, the budget reallocation will be probably, I guess, end of September, not the beginning of September, and there'll be no more calls. That's everything about the two TA systems. I don't know how I'm doing for time. I've got 5 minutes left. Another thing we've done in this project and previous, we've spent in the labs, we've spent something like more than 1.5 million euros has been invested in providing new facilities or improving facilities that are then available later in the project as TAs. So, for example, DLR have been setting up this is a CAD illustration of what the box they were going to do for measuring spectroscopic reflectance measurements under cryogenic conditions. This is actually what they built. So you can see the glove box attached to the box itself wherein the experiments are done. So that's been finished, and that's, well, that hasn't been finished, but officially it has been finished. They can't spend any more money on this, and it was available for the last TA call. As Nigel said, Atomki have done a phenomenal job. They've introduced 2 facilities. They've got things running. They've had loads of visitors. They've published papers. Here's one of the papers they published looking at how ice on their system changes under different temperatures and different irradiation, and this is showing how sulfur is absorbed into CO2 ices. This is the second chamber they made. Now that's gone really, really well, and it's been very popular. Merrison's group in Aarhus have improved their wind tunnel so that the vacuum is better, the cooling is better. They can do radiation, and that's all been a success. And you see here, bottom right, this is one of the ExoMars instruments, DREAM, that's having some of its sensors tested under various Mars analog conditions, was done at his lab. The Natural History Museum have been working, okay, point I forgot to make there. Those first JRAs didn't involve direct industry partners, but obviously they worked with industry to do these upgrades, and a lot of cutting edge technology was involved and worked in through industry. A couple of the JRAs actually had industrial partners. So a German company, Brucker, have a new sort of detector that they put onto scanning electron microscopes, and the Kent and Natural History Museum, and later also DLR, because they bought the same instrumentation, have been working on how to use this instrument to work on material that hasn't really been processed. So the idea is that you can actually take pieces of meteorite, and without polishing them or grinding them up, you can do analysis on non-flat surfaces. So that's a really interesting technological breakthrough. In Amsterdam, we also work with CNRS in Nancy, working on a new sort of, again, new sorts of detectors. And the main take-home message here in the bottom right for you is the blue data is what we used to do 5 years ago, and the green data is how much more precisely we can measure things. And importantly, that means how much smaller we can measure things. So that was a big thing. And as you all have heard me boring you before, it's amazing how you get different outreach. So because of this sort of thing, we've been measuring Vermeer. paintings from the local museums. People have been bringing us bits of paintings from the Vermeers. We've been measuring the national gold coach, looking at the gold foil that's 1 micron thick on the outside of that. Where did that gold come from? The answer is Suriname, obviously, but that is the answer. It's one of the Dutch colonies. And we ended up being #1 on Twitter in the whole country based on this research. So the spin-offs from some of this technological work has been unexpected. The Commission love that. They absolutely love that. And we really we need to make big fusses of these sort of spin-offs and how it works. So the final JRA was much more training aspects. So ETH in Zurich and Isotope Tech in Debrecen in Hungary worked together on basically training the new group in Hungary on how to operate rare gas instrumentation and working on standardization and making sure that they could produce a good service. And they are now available as a TA, and there was an application to go and use them in the last call. So that was also a success. Anita makes a lot of all these things that we do. That's all I'm going to say. We help and we try and we feed into the NAs. And because time is over, I'm not going to give you any more details about what we do there. So I will stop there. I caught up a bit, but not a lot. So that's fine. Are there any questions from anybody online about anything that I said or anything they need clarifying? If so, please shout out. Are there any questions in the room? Okay, let's move on to the VAs.
Online, you can call in.
I can? Yeah. Yeah. So, Stéphane, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Is he controlling from here?
That's what I'm just thinking.
You take over.
Yeah. Hi, Stéphane. If you can hear us, are you able to share your own slides? I don't think I have a copy of yours unless they are the same as they were for the interim review, in which case I can put those up if you'd prefer for us to go through your slides as directed, but it might be easier for you to put them up.
I'm trying.
Super.
Okay, so you can hear me, right?
Yeah, you sound great.
And oh, I have no idea what you have on the screen.
Maybe your notes.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that looks great. Thanks, Stéphane.
Okay, thanks. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so I should have like 30 minutes. I'll try to be brief about this because I think that most of you have heard about VESPA this week and previously. So VESPA is two things. There are two work packages, essentially virtual activity associated to a GRA, meaning that we have both publication of data and work on the infrastructure. VESPA is a big work package with 18 contributing participants now, because we had to remove our Russian colleagues last year. And beside, as Nigel said, Jacobs changed name in the meantime. But I think it still appears as Jacobs in most of the slides. Okay, so those people are providing data and working on the infrastructure, but VESPA also includes contribution from the community, and this is a large part of the activity, as you will see. So I remind you the global picture. When we started VESPA, and that was like 10 years ago, it was not easy, I would say, to access data for scientists concerning solar system studies in general. There were some archives and some repositories were organized, but they were not communicating to each other. And many data produced in the institute were simply impossible to find. So the main idea was, okay, if you're a user, what would you need? What would you like? to have as a data interface to query databases, to access the data in general in your field of study. And ideally, what you want is a very simple, unique entry point in which you're receiving queries, but queries based on parameters that make sense for a scientist. These queries should be dispatched to many databases, many repositories, and you don't want to know where they are. And you get integrated answers that you can refine by providing more constraints on location on the body, on illumination conditions, spectral range, whatever. You also want this system to access databases that you're not necessarily aware of. So those include Space Agency archives, but also telescopic observatory archives, and also data provided by institutes. Once you have the set of data that you're happy with, you want to be able to see them, display them at least quickly on your screen. You want to perform some level of analysis, and you want an open system which can send your data to specialized tools, for instance, a geographic information system if you're working on surface, but it could be anything else. The other point of view, which appeared slowly, is that if you are a data provider, and this is may very well the same person, once they have written their paper, worked to provide a derived data set, they want to share it with the community so that it can be reused easily and rapidly for the same kind of analysis. So data providers need a very simple system in which they can publish their databases, and basically they want to simply have to describe it, of course, using the same description system used by the user searching for data, and they want to make it as smooth as possible. So VESPA addresses these two problems. It provides fair access to the data for science users, but this can be enlarged to outreach purpose and education, of course. And also it provides a data sharing system adapted to small research teams and not only space agencies or big observatories. And this second point is very important because we are now in the era of the open science policy, in which every research funded on contract commits to publish their data at the end of the project. So this is usually very demanding and rather difficult, but VESPA provides an answer to this particular problem. And the scope of this is planetary science and solar system studies in general, including heliophysics and exoplanets. So I want to tell again the story of VESPA, but very soon we identify the virtual observatory as an extremely natural framework to handle this problem. The virtual observatory is basically the same thing in astronomy. It has been there for more than 20 years now. It is a very mature system. It is handled by an international consortium, mostly of research teams and institutes, but also space agencies. It handles also a very large data set in astronomy. And we only had to adapt it to planetary science and solar system studies, which is not exactly easy because there were many things specific to the solar system which were completely missing in this framework. In particular, spatial coordinates, but also support for reflected light, for samples analysis, and many other things. Okay, so the idea was not to rebuild something from scratch, but instead to use an existing framework and add the missing pieces, working together with the astronomy community. In particular, we wanted to avoid heavy development, developing tools in particular, and instead we included in this particular program at least three teams in astronomy who are in charge of maintaining data tools, so that we just had to ask, okay, we need this extra function, can you do that, etc. And the last point, of course, is to provide content to the community itself. Okay, so we are doing this in 4 steps mostly. The first one is to build a vocabulary to describe the data in the solar system. It is called EPN core, and as you will see, we made very big progress during RP2. On this has a very broad scope. Surfaces, atmospheres, small bodies, magnetospheres, heliophysics, and even other fields. The second point is to provide at least one dedicated interface to demonstrate the potential of the system, and this is the VESPA portal. I insist that this is only one way to access the data. This is more oriented like a discovery tool. In particular, when you're looking for information that you do not necessarily know about, it would help you identify the source of data, the data repositories. But of course, there are other access modes available, either through tools or Jupyter notebooks, etc. The third point is to publish as many data as possible, but of course we want to select according to quality, to relevance, etc. We currently have 62 data services open. Those include things which are by themselves large data infrastructure, in particular SHADE for laboratory spectroscopy, but also PIVOL for amateur images, AMDA for magnetosphere and plasma, and MASER for radio measurements. We have many more in preparation, in fact. And as I said, the fourth point is to connect existing tools. Most of those are from the virtual observatory, so we included the developers to make implementation of specific function for the solar system easier. But we are also connecting tools from other communities, in particular GIS, Geographic Information Systems, and other things. Okay, so this is the same thing in graphic format, I would say, data services here, which may have or not a web interface and even a query system on the web that you can use, but they're all registered in the IVOA, the Virtual Observatory Registry of Services, and they are accessed this way programmatically. So the VESPA portal queries these services through the registry. You can make selection of a limited number of configuration in the portal, for instance, then send the product to specialized tools. I will show some of them. But of course, you can also use EPN tap, which is our access protocol, directly from the command line, from the VO tools, from Jupyter notebooks, and even from workflow platforms that we've been installing and recycled from Escape development. We also focus mostly during RP1 on the sustainability of the system. So we have a big GitLab in which we are storing most of the services now, and this allows to redeploy them in case of problem, in particular on EOSC. So we've been playing with the first functions of EOSC to install virtual machine, to get computing resources and so on. Okay, so what we did most recently was concerning the first step, EPN tap or access protocol is now has been validated by IVOA last year. So this is now the international standard to publish solar system data in the virtual observatory. We made it flexible enough so that it can be adapted to unforeseen situation, I would say. We have a service validator which made it, which is extremely useful to make the system compliant and much more robust. We've been working a lot of on service installation procedure to make them as smooth as possible, and we had a very nice example last month with our implementation workshop, in which everything was rather smooth, working with people. And we've been cleaning up. We've been some of you may have received messages about this in the past 3 days, because we are trying to keep it clean. In addition to this, of course, we have a data management plan, and I would stress that this is a bit constraining, but this is extremely useful in the long
Stéphane,
run to help handle data sets. Yes.
Sorry, Stéphane, we've lost your
Yes,
slides.
I can.
We've lost your slides. You're not showing the slides anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm stopping and I'm doing it again. If I can find it. I don't see them either, so that's can you see? Hello. Can you see them now?
No.
Hello, hello.
No.
No,
we can't
I
see
just. Okay. I could no longer hear you. So.
Can you?
And now? Is that okay?
No. Callum's going to come and have a look. Hang on.
Hi, Stéphane. We can see a grey screen, so we can see that something is being shared. Oh, we have them. There we go. We're back.
Okay. And now?
Yeah, we can see now, Stéphane.
Okay.
You're not in full screen mode, but other than that, they look fine.
Be able to switch. Is that okay? Is that better?
I don't see any difference. I can't see your mouse moving or anything, so perhaps the screen share is frozen.
Yeah. I've just switched the screens.
Afraid we still can't see any difference.
So what do you see, the screen or the notes?
We see the screen, so we see the slides, but not in full screen mode. But I can't see you move the mouse or anything like this. So, there we go. Okay, you're full screen now.
Ready?
Yeah. We're on the VESPA and RP2 slide.
So I'm going. We've also been working on the main user interface, but there are still things to implement, and we try to include feedback from user experience on this. We've been trying to add new protocols. In particular, we're working on an Elasticsearch interface, which is extremely helpful to assess the compliance of the services. And concerning tools, we've added things. We'll show examples later. So this is where we are now in terms of services. As you see, so the published ones are the ones written in black. We have a significant number of services in all the slots that we've identified initially, which is good because this is what allowed us to define a consistent entering the details, of course. So this year, in this period, we implemented new services which which were related to deliverables, but we are really focused on making all the system more robust. So we went back to existing services, removed the ones which really had problems, updated things, and again worked on sustainability issues. Okay, we've been working also with some other work packages to help them make their data public. We've been working with not only ESA, which was one of the first contributors to this service, but also with one NASA PDS node, the planetary plasma node, which is preparing an incredible number of services. And they are drafted, so they will be published before the end of the program. As I said, the VESPA portal is also being updated. Tools, okay, we've been working with the infrastructure themselves. Shed has developed a system of band list to complement the spectral parts. AMDA has developed services and so on. We've been working on using the EOSC infrastructure and implementing new planetary science functions in the VO tools. I will show some examples. One thing which is important is our continuous engagement within consortium, the IVOA for the virtual observatory, but also the IPDA, which is a consortium of space agencies for planetary data, planetary science data, and IHDEA, which is the same for heliophysics. We're also in touch with the Earth observation consortium, but this is a bit more difficult for us to handle this. So this is done mainly via CNES and USGS, and we have a lot of contribution to all this meeting, of course. Okay, some examples of what tools we use. Aladdin uses a set of adaptive resolution maps, which are called EAPs, which are very handy to superimpose different informations of importance, of course, but also vectorial information. We've been working initially for contours and footprints. For footprints, sorry, we were working with contours, which were the oldest standard in the virtual observatory. So this is very efficient to identify overlap, to look for superposition of things. But we started working with another system for footprints, which is based on the ILPIX tessellation of ellipsoids, which is less intuitive, but much more robust and much more rapid. And this is something we are starting to generalize. It can be plotted both in Aladdin and TopCat without any problem. We started including the data themselves inside the metadata table, which makes huge services, but this is extremely efficient because you can not only search data based on the configuration of observations, but also on measured values themselves. We've been defining a specific standard to handle radio emission in dynamic spectra, etc. I'm passing the details, but thanks to CNES, we were able to progress a lot in making some consistency, some link with Earth observation standards, in particular the different kind of adaptive maps, planetary coordinate system IDs will be implemented within tools for the Earth observation, which is a major progress, and that was difficult. And we are developing also, we are contributing to several public libraries, open source libraries, in particular AstroPy, and I can, and this is breaking news. Europlanet is now an official co-developer of AstroPy, contributor to AstroPy, which is a major Python library for astronomy. And we're still working on other standards and things that will hopefully be finalized during RP3. So we have a lot of ideas for the last year, both related to the data infrastructure, I will say, like identifying license on data, ascribing DOIs to data collection, which is not that easy, in fact, and still working on more planetary science functions in VO tools. And of course, publishing more data because we have an incredible number of drafts. And I want to stress again that VESPA is organizing an annual workshop from an announcement of opportunities that will be published in end August, I think, for the next one. So we will select 4 to 5 projects from teams which are not involved in Europlanet. And we will invite them in Warsaw this time for a whole week to help them implement their project and share their data. And their data will be distributed normally by the teams themselves because we have a very light system allowing this. And I think that's all. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, Stéphane. Are there any questions for Stéphane online or in the room? Nope, not at the moment. Thanks, Stéphane. And you managed to get us good back on time for lunch, so thanks very much. But again, I think you can see an enormous success of the project with reputation of what they're doing being recognized now by really important people. So many congratulations to the VESPA team. It is now a lunch break. For the people online, we will reconvene at 2 o'clock. And for the people in the room, lunch is served downstairs. Continue discussions. See you at 2. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start the afternoon session then. Welcome to the people online. The first talk is by Nicolas André, and it is on Spider, and Nicolas should be able to operate his own slides. So Nicolas, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to report the status of our Spider activities. So Spider is a virtual access activity dedicated to planetary space weather. The acronym means Sun-Planet Interactions, Digital Environment on Request. So this is about planetary space weather. This is about numerical and observational simulations to be linked together. And this is about runs on request to enable our users to make some runs of the various environments and get outputs to the benefit of their own understanding of the planetary environment, spacecraft behavior, instrument operations, and science. Next slide, please. So the portal for the Spider activities is hosted at IRAP under this address. It is the main portal where you can access all the various activities we have developed during the course of the project, which are about prediction of solar wind disturbance and solar wave properties in the solar system, modeling of the planetary environment and their coupling to the solar wind, ingestion of new databases from spacecraft observations, and others. The page has been viewed by more than 8,000 users, which have made their own progress with the services we have done. So it is quite significant, and we are quite glad to reach this number. Next slide, please. So the virtual access activity is organized under 4 tasks. You can see here the main participants and the main provider of the services. So the management is led by CNRS together with Wigner in Hungary. The new space weather services implemented are led by one provider at a time for each service. So CNRS, INAF in Italy, IRF in Sweden, ONERA in France, and University College London in the UK are the main provider of new services. Task 3 is about the deployment of consolidated runs and request architectures. This is something done by Observatory of Paris together with CNRS, and this is something that is quite linked to the virtual observatory and the VESPA activities. The fourth task is linked to the liaison between our activities with various European Commission funded programs or with related activities, and it's led by Wigner together with us. So far, all our deliverables are going to plan. The funding is on track, and I'm glad now to show you a few more examples of the services already made operational. Next slide, please. We have developed during the course of this program 6 new services, which are all prototyped and made operational at that time now. The first one is about some run and request for the modeling of the exosphere of Mercury and the exosphere of the Galilean moons, mainly Europa. This is led by Italian colleagues at INAF. The second one is the linkage between the software developed by Onera to do spacecraft plasma interactions, called SPICE, together with a database of planetary observations from space-based and ground-based observatories, which is called AMDA, for Automated Multi-Dataset Analysis. This is a tool developed by the French Space Plasma Data Center for CNRS. The third service is a run and request in order to be able to do some particle tracing models in some planetary magnetospheres, like the ones of Jupiter and Saturn. And it's led by our colleague in the UK at University College London, together with one colleague, Patrick Guyot at University of Bergen. The fourth one is the ingestion of a new database devoted to the high-energy particle background flux measured by some space plasma instrumentation on board European-led planetary missions like Mars Express, Venus Express, or Rosetta, and it's led by our Swedish colleague at IRF Kiruna. The fifth one is the ingestion of new simulations for the modeling of the solar wind magnetosphere interaction at Mercury and at the Galilean moons of Jupiter. It's led by CNRS. And the last one, it's an extension of the Heliopropa service, which is a 1D MHD model propagating space observation at various locations in the heliosphere to any other location in the heliosphere. And it was first developed during the previous program, and it's extended during that program, in particular to ingest the new solar orbiter data, which are currently collected in the interplanetary medium. Next slide, please. So this shows you the coverage of our services with respect to the main missions in the field. So you can see that we have some services devoted to missions currently in cruise, which are cornerstone or large class mission for the European community, like Bepi Colombo at Mercury or JUICE at Jupiter and its Galilean moons. We are also services devoted to missions led by the European Space Agency that were currently operating in the solar system around Mars, like Mars Express, or on Venus, like Venus Express, or around the Comet 67P, like Rosetta. And we have also some services using data from the currently in operation Solar Orbiter spacecraft, which is providing new and very detailed observations in the solar wind. The users of our services, we intend to enable them to take advantage of services. That's mainly scientists, but we also target amateurs, space agencies, in particular the European Space Agency, and also space industries, in particular with the SPICE software developed by our French colleagues at Onera. Next slide, please. This is the first service I would like to present you the results and what you can do with. This is modeling of the exospheric environment of Mercury on the left and of Europa on the right. This is a service developed by our Italian colleagues. It is in particular very interesting for the NASA-led Juno missions and its community, because this mission has been extended during the program and is flying by the various moons of Jupiter, including Ganymede one time, Europa one time, and Io 2 times. And we are glad to report that this service was also developed by, with the help of a young PhD student, Martina Moroni, and she wrote the paper to describe the service and the results you can get from it, so that it can inspire new users. Next slide, please. So this is also a study published by Yoshifumi Futahana, making use of the services devoted to the database of background in space plasma instruments. He used the background measured by the detector on board the plasma instrument on board Mars Express, Venus Express, and Rosetta in order to derive a database. And he was using that database in order to make new science and obtain new results, in particular to show how a planetary how a planet and its and the component of this system make an obstacle to galactic cosmic rays, cosmic rays, or energetic particles. And as he concluded in his paper, this kind of new data sets, which are usually ignored by scientists, can really be and can really provide new features and very interesting results, like buried treasure. And this study demonstrated how you can use that, and probably inspired also other colleagues working on plasma instrumentation on board other instruments to try to derive the same kind of data and use it for their own study. Next slide, please. During the program, we were also lucky to have a dual flyby of Venus by Solar Orbiter and Bepi Colombo. We had a young postdoc, Moa Persson, working at CNRS in Toulouse, who combined 7 instruments on board 2 ESA-led main spacecraft, Solar Orbiter and Bepi Colombo, in order to study how the Venusian environment behaves when solar wind interacts directly with its atmosphere, because as you know, Venus has no magnetic field, no crystal magnetic field. So we have a witness of direct interaction between the plasma from the solar wind and an atmosphere. This is also relevant to exoplanets. And by combining all these results, she was really combining numerical observations and space observations to show that the planet itself is able to protect against the solar wind with its ionized ionosphere. Next slide, please. So it's quite rare in space. We have 2-point measurements, but that's very important for planetary space weather, because you can have one point inside the planetary environment and another point outside of it, so that you can link what's happening in the sun and with what's happening in the planetary environment. And we were also trying to use that particular dual flybys by Solar Orbiter and Bepi Colombo of Venus to check the accuracy of our prediction and models. You can see here the outputs of the Heliopropa service, showing the dynamic pressure and the tangential magnetic field predicted at Venus when you propagate observations from the Earth to the planet. And you can see that during the particular flyby of Venus by Bepi Colombo, the solar wind was predicted to be very stable, very quiet, which was indeed observed by Solar Orbiter very close to the planet. So this confirms the prediction and the reliability, accuracy of the model. Next slide, please. 2 days before we had this dual flybys, there was a press release from ESA showing that we observed the big coronal mass ejections that reached Solar Orbiter, turned off to protect them, the instrument on board the Solar Orbiter in safe mode. And so we were also interested to check if our system would have been able to predict the arrival of the CME at Solar Orbiter and at Venus with a good accuracy. So next slide. This is what we have done, still with the Heliopropa service. You can see again the outputs of the propagation at Venus, where Solar Orbiter was flying by, and you can see that we identify the dynamic pressure pulse corresponding to a side effect of these coronal mass ejections, and it was also another way to test the reliability of our system. Next slide, please. So in terms of liaison, since we developed services targeting the main space missions of this time period, including Bepi Colombo and JUICE, we liaised a lot with the ESA-JAXA Bepi Colombo community. also with the ESA JUICE community, and we will do even more now the spacecraft and the mission has been launched and is operational. We also liaised with the NASA Juno community in order to show what we do in Europe and how they can take advantage of our developments for their own benefits. We liaised, of course, with the ESA Solar Orbiter missions, since we would like to use as input to some of our services the new data coming from that mission. And we were still liaising, as in the previous program, with the European Space Agency Solar Wind Network. And in particular, this liaison was done in the science working team meetings of the missions, but also at the EPSC, where we organize planetary space weather sessions the last 2 years. We will have also a spider booth and a topical session for planetary space weather at the European Space Weather Week, which is hosted in Toulouse at the end of November 2023, when we can also show the Earth community what we are doing at other planets, which is quite unique and which is enabled by the Europlanet research infrastructure in Europe and also in the world. Next slide, please. In terms of sustainability, each of our service is developed by a single provider, which means that it's much easier to be maintained. And so we rely on each provider to make the service sustainable. Each of our service is clearly of use for the future missions. So this means that they have a future, they have future users. And so we will keep maintaining them because of that too. And each of these services can also be easily adapted and extended to new missions and also to new models of planetary space weather and planetary environment. And we think that the infrastructure and the system we have set up during this program will continue to be used and to be extended as far as we attract the new users in the near, middle, and long-term future. So I thank you for your attention, and I will be quite happy to take any questions together with Andrea, which may be in the room.
Thank you, Nicholas. Are there any questions online? Nope, not at the moment. Any questions in the room? Or we're all feeling quiet here. Post-lunch. Again, just for the circle view, as I said at the beginning, this activity was highlighted by referees in the previous 2020 program and was commented on in the final report of the last one as being an innovative activity. The name has slightly changed in this program in the 2024, but it is one of our flagship activities. We've shown that we've built something that didn't exist before and is unique and is recognized by people in the US, for example, as being a unique initiative. And we need to maintain it. So the sustainability is important. Just for your benefit, Nicholas, obviously this week, Andrea will report back. There have been a lot of talks on sustainability. And with the AISBL, we now have the opportunity to form memorandums of understanding and collaborations with some of those people you want to collaborate with. So we can do this in some kind of formal way as well. So as I say, I'm sure Andrea, if she hasn't already, will feed back to the Spider team some of the opportunities. But thank you very much, Nicholas, and so well done and congratulations to the team. It's been one of those flagship things over the last 8 years, and we're very grateful for what's your leadership and the people who have done it. So thanks a lot. Okay, we will move on. So GMAP is next, and it's going to be presented by Ricardo. Is coming up. So, yep. So just as Paolam's changing the slides, can I remind you again, GMAP was brought into this project with the success of its previous incarnations, GMAP and upwards. And again, as we will see, has been incredibly successful. And it's again another thing that we can say, Europlanet did it first.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, after you.
Thank you, Nigel, and thank you, everyone. So For those who do not know me, I am backing up Matteo Mascheroni with the PI of GMAP together with Angelo, who could not be here today. And I will go to briefly explain to you what we did so far and what are our activities. So why we brought GMAP into Europlanet, first of all, what has been the adoption of GMAP and how successful we have been so far and how we can sustain it. So in general terms, there has been a chronic lack of geologic maps in, or let's say a structured way of building and archiving and delivering geological maps in Europe since forever. In the US, they have the USGS, who's taking care of the geological maps for space missions, gathering scientists from outside. They have their own facilities, they have their own validation protocols, archiving systems, so on and so forth. In Europe, we were a bit fragmented, so the idea was to gather all the expertise from all the institutions we know, or our colleagues that we know that work so well in geologic mapping, and build up a sort of a consortium in order to be a first iteration of a European effort to give a structure to geological mapping to planetary body surfaces for space missions in a structured way. And also to start build a community, so also newcomers, new scientists, early careers, so together under the same umbrella in order to deliver consistent geologic maps, both in terms of layout, quality, and quality control for us. And of course, create network. And okay, this chart shows that basically we are interacting between external data sources. Everything can flow into VESPA very easily because we are part of the same infrastructure, and we are basically part of a large network of joint research activity and also virtual access. It's quite complicated here, but we see we have many tasks like fostering community mapping projects due to the 3D geological maps, integrate geological maps from different sources, and then sustain them through external support and funding, but also through VESPA, and also through joint research activities, which are also connected to VESPA and to machine learning. For example, some of the outcomes of the GMAT JRA is shared with the machine learning, for example, for Martian pit detection and so on and so forth. Of course, we had to coordinate all this effort and to try to enhance, start this sense of community among Europeans, but not only, also external resources, and to do all this type of integration. By the way, I forgot to tell you that a companion project funded by the Chinese government, it's like a companion project of GMAP, but completely funded in an independent way, was brought up from the beginning. So we are also cooperating with the Chinese partners in order to foster this effort also outside the European borders, let's say. How successful we have been so far? One of the first outcomes of GMAP, and as an heritage of the PlanMap project that we were starting from, which was closing in the first year of GMAP, was to do a winter school, which was intended in the first year as a workshop, showing the outputs of PlanMap, which was the integration of spectral maps and geomorphological maps together with the 3D information of the subsurface of planetary bodies, and also provide a bit of training on how we did that during this European project, which was about creating, let's say, innovative type of geological maps. And this is what happened. It was the first year of pandemic, so it was 2021. We did our first winter school, and here you see a map of the participants. Most of them came from Europe, but we also had a quite large number from North America, like more than 30, from Africa, South America, and Oceania in general. So more or less, there were 200 people. Since we were trying to be as open as possible, we thought, okay, this is provided for free. This is provided via Zoom. This is also recorded for asynchronous use, so people from all the time zones can gather the information, get in touch with us. Maybe people don't know what to do because they're closed in lockdown at home. They're bored. They want to learn something new. This was our first idea, but then the second year we get 114 more participants consistently. Large number from Italy, a very large number from the United States, more people from India, China, Tunisia, so Africa, Oceania, Egypt, Philippines, Greece, Morocco, Nigeria, Poland. So we started getting this community, which was sustained also by the virtual access that I will talk about later. From 52 countries in the second year, and then this is how they are spread around the world. So you see that the red dots are spreading even more. And so we said, okay, this is not an anomaly, but still we are in COVID. Maybe people are still close at home and don't know what to do. And then came 2023, 414 participants, subscribers from 52 countries again. Maybe this is just by chance. Very large participants from India, then Italy, United States. The number stays consistent, and we got a high number of live participants also from outside our time zone. So there were people like waking up at night to follow live activities. We got like live lectures, live hands-on. People could also have access to record the lessons, but nonetheless they wanted to see it live. And also another notable thing is that we got also consistent participation throughout the years of the same actors, same people that wanted to follow the school every edition, and not because it was not good enough to get the information, but because it was built in a way that every year we give new information. So the basics stays the same, but the first year we talked about the framework of plan map, so built of 3D geological maps, how to build a 3D model, how to build a spectral map. The second year was more about how to do a general mapping on the Moon, Mars, and Mercury, so in a broad way. And the third year was how to map a landing site, how to characterize a landing site. So we narrowed down our perspective. Next edition would be on 2024. Next year would be probably about icy satellites, since we have Jupiter, Icy Moon Explorer, JUICE, and then also possibly something about Venus. We have to see. We are still organizing it, and we are still making up our mind, but this would be like the last winter school before the closure of this Europlanet iteration. Out of the school, those of you who were in a GMAP session yesterday who have seen it, we have some alumni of the winter school that actually produced geological maps that were also published. This is a notable example. This was an alumni of the first winter school that came as an instructor to the second school, that came as an alumni to present his work on the third school, and then it was published in a scientific journal. We got more of this. These are just a few examples. I don't want to spend too much time on that. And this sense of community also is building up constantly, because then the actors or the participants of the school start to interact with each other. And under our let's say, supervision from time to time, they build their own geological maps, they publish their own papers, and this is really, really nice. This is another example. This is a planetary analog of the northern side of Lanzarote as a planetary analog for volcanic environment. This is another one which was presented yesterday. And in our wiki, we have our own wiki page. You will get a list of all the community mapping projects. I think these are summed up in these two columns. Probably there are a couple more just coming in, but more or less these are the community mapping projects that we are fostering, sustaining, and also mentoring in some cases. But once we have all this data produced, how do we organize it? How do we archive it? We got our GMAP data portal. So we have built data portal in order to gather all the data that is as an output of the mapping project, but also to search for this data in a structured way. And also it's an auto community. So also people that, for example, publish their own paper, but then they got some help from GMAP, or simply they want to be more discoverable through GMAP, because we're also offering this service to be discoverable, and not just that somebody publish a paper and then put it on Zenodo and then is lost in this big bucket of DOI, which is Zenodo. We have built our own GMAP community, so everything is organized in a structured way, and one already knows that in the GMAP community you can find information about geological maps, tutorials, DOI with data sets to download, etc. So this is a really, really nice outcome, and people also from outside are invited and are doing it. They are like providing their own data to be shared among our community to grow and to make them more discoverable. And in terms of sustainability, what we can do, of course, there's an ongoing discussion nowadays. We will have meetings also next week between the virtual access and the MOST, which is the Chinese project, Of course, we are iterating with the Italian and German geological surveys. We have support from the Italian geological survey since the beginning, and there are some discussions as well with the French entities. And we are looking for future mapping-related horizon projects and national initiatives, which are always popping up from time to time. The plans until the end of the RI, basically we have the workshop we had yesterday at ERIM here, next winter school. This is wrong, it's 2024. It should be late January, early February. And a workshop with the MOST, which is going to be held at the end of next week after the European Lunar Symposium. And we are not ready yet, but we will issue a call for a publication of a geologic map atlas for GMAP. We thought we could have announced it more formally this week, but we are proposing to do an atlas, like gathering the community mapping projects too. And this is just a sum of the deliverables that were approved and submitted to the European Communion from the joint research activity. I will move very quickly to the virtual access, which is something maybe I just, no. What is it?
Just go into page 9.
No, that was the virtual access. I'm sorry. I'm presenting the joint research activity now. Yeah. Sorry, it's after lunch break, everything is difficult. The engine is still starting. In terms of joint research activity, so you have seen the virtual access. So every service we provide, all the information coming in the community that is growing, which is still active. We have this Discord channel that we can interact directly with people. We have our mailing list and a community call, which are going to be held monthly. So every month we do a community call with people that are coming in, present their own job, their own work. We give advice. We create this network, and this is going pretty well, I have to say. Joint research activity, so it's this part here. Of course, this is the structure, coordination. One of the very first effort in terms of meeting a very, let's say, to hit a quality level to the maps that we are fostering is to create a sort of a geological mapping standardization. So we built a huge document with all the mapping standards that there are available for different planetary bodies in the solar system. And along with that, since we want to hit some standards, we want also to create and provide some guidance or pipelines to be used by the public to reach these goals. And in fact, and this was mainly Angelo's task, was to build services and tools and to keep them alive. Yesterday, you have seen a bunch of them. We got this Mappy plugin to create easily and improve geological maps in a very quick and effective way, like overcoming all this clicking that you have to do in JS nowadays. Open Creator Tool, which is an iteration written in Python, finally, of the Creator Tool software integrated into QGIS as a plugin to count craters and make a first iteration of the crater chronology curve. Carlos showed yesterday the Jupyter Hub, which is basically based on notebooks that integrates GMAP services in terms of data processing through an ISIS system to create base maps, calibrate images, create DTMs, so on and so forth. So one can simply register to the website of the Jupyter Hub of GMAP and have access to the resources to process images without downloading a bulk of like hundreds of gigabytes of data and polluting his own computer. Everything is sustained by the GMAP infrastructure itself. We have our own wiki. Part of it is internal for our own organization of tasks and things to do, but a part of it is open to the public that can be consulted. There are guidelines, there are tutorials, there are links for tools, outstanding tools also from outside the community. So not only ones, those that we created, but also existing tools that can favor or can provide useful help to the mapping products or to map construction. These are just some examples. This is the Jupyter Hub-based notebook to process images throughout the GMAP infrastructure. wiki, so you have documentation pages, workflows to be followed, seminars, pipelines, everything is organized in a structured way. Also, you have access to outstanding other tools, not built by us, but we basically link to them in order that people can also reach easily other resources that are scattered around the web. This is an overview of MAPI. It's based not on creative polygons highlighting geological units, but basically highlighting the borders with simple polylines, and the software is taking care of all the geologic units generation and the categorization among different geological units and stratigraphic sequence. The crater tools for crater chronology was explained yesterday very nicely to create crater counts. And it's available in the QGIS software repository or in GitHub as an open source code that were written in Python. And these are all the deliverables that were submitted so far, and those that are pending, waited for the end of the project. In terms of sustainability, maybe Angelo wants to add something more, but I think it's more applicable to WP8 since so the virtual access since is going on until early next year. But of course, one has to keep alive the services, and follow-up activities are needed. This is going to be kept alive, of course, anyways. But we need to find a way to sustain it after the end of the project. Could be a space IRI, could be other ways of funding, but this is it. Angelo, if you want to add anything to what I said or correct me, please, you are free, and you are free to ask questions or criticism.
Thanks, Riccardo. Actually, no, not much. What I was saying, I was writing in the chat, but I can repeat here. Essentially, when it comes to the technology, obviously, one thing is to keep services up. And that's not so much work, because most of the work is the development. And to keep them up, either if they're staying at our institution or we can put them on another host. This was discussed yesterday also by Carlos during the session. That's not a big deal, but obviously, this technology should be kept up to date. And that's another story, which means that as the systems are evolving, sometimes very fast, we should also keep up with this development. So obviously, a JRA is, so to say, has less needs than a VA, but still, it's something that cannot be left alone. That's the only thing I wanted to add. But actually, thanks a lot, Riccardo, for summarizing it so well.
Any questions? No? Okay.
Thanks very much. Just to remind you that the JRA has to finish at the end of July. So that's the deadline for completing JRA work. Okay. Yeah. And can I just talk to you? Can you mind come up to me at coffee? Because I think this Lunar Initiative, Research Infrastructure Initiative, obviously I think GMAP may want to be involved in that. I suspect that it might be some discussion at the Lunar meeting next week, although I don't know. So, but there is this initiative to form a research institute related to the lunar exploration and exploitation, which I heard about last week. And they've asked Europlanet if there are any members who would be interested, but I could certainly see that GMAP would be appropriate. Anita, are you ready? So I have to keep talking while Anita gets organized. Right. She's nearly ready. But again, just about GMAP, again, I think this is, we brought the people in. It's a great example of bringing in initiatives, legacy, and I hope that you found the Europlanet community and the Europlanet structure has worked well for you in the GMAP community. We certainly have valued your input. Okay. Okay. So we now move on to the networking activities. The first one is the NA. and also EDI, led by Anita. The networking activities do not exist in forthcoming European research infrastructure projects. They've lost that, and to some extent they've lost the JOAs. But any future collaborations of research infrastructures, they believe they are all mature, because you have to be one to join it. And therefore, networking activities will definitely have to move out of research infrastructure type projects to things like society projects. Nonetheless, we still have a year to develop, make sure we do these things. And I've warbled on long enough to enable Anita to be ready. So go.
Okay. Yes. So thank you. I am here talking about the first networking activity. Many of you will have heard this presentation a few times over the last few weeks. So anyway, hopefully new and exciting things to bring to it in the context of the wider things that we've heard about this week. So the overarching objectives of, first of all, I should say that NA1 is a big work package and it's run by a big team. Fortunately, we have a great team who managed to keep everything together. And I want to thank Shushmita in her absence, Livia, Marcel in his absence, Yoga, Geronimo, Andrea, Mate, Barbara, I saw you just a moment there, Maria Genza and Harry, who are now on midsummer and having a nice time, being relaxed in Finland, Grażyna, Edita, Sharunas, Luca, James, the policy team, Federica, and everyone else. Elise is on the list, he should be. So thank you very much, Elise, in your absence, because you've done a lot this week in putting together outreach activities for ERIM. So the overarching objectives of NA1 are to be the dissemination channel for the Europlanet 2024 RI project. So that is to engage with lots of different communities, to extend our user base so that we're not just talking to ourselves and having our friends come to TA visits, although that is nice. We want to embrace a wider community. We need to support diversity, widened participation within the planetary science community to promote cross-scientific and cultural communication. Now that's something that we want to do because it's really interesting. It's also something that the Commission wants to see, so it's important for that. To facilitate interactions between academia and industry, an ongoing tough chestnut to crack, but efforts are being made to support the next generation of RI facility users, leaders, general early career wonderful people, promote the socioeconomic impact of Europlanet and research infrastructures, and to do all kinds of fun and innovative engagement, dissemination, education, evaluation activities for all kinds of people. So this is the task. We have lots of teleconferences, we talk a lot, we report to the PMC, we write reports. We seem to write a lot of reports lately, but this is a good thing because then we know what we've done. So our industry task, I think, have we lost our industry people now? Yes, I think they have departed back to the UK and France, but you have seen them for most of the week. They have been, aside from organising activities and workshops here at ERIM, they have been doing things like high-level industry policy sessions at EPSC, which have been attended by MEPs, members of the Commission. They work to foster links with industry and create a database of companies with an interest in planetary science. Now, this is one of the things that is really important for the hubs to do. We've had a lot of conversations about the hubs and how we actually get them to work and things that they need to do. The industry database has been a long time coming, but I understand that it is nearly there. So that is something that we will be tasking whatever format the hubs carry on and to get on with. But they have also run this survey to find out about why industry and academia doesn't happen as much as it should do, what people feel about industry, academia, if they haven't been involved, why they haven't been involved. And the results that have come in It's been going on. Initially, it sort of started in 2021 with about 40 respondents, but it's been sort of carrying on ever since. We wrote it up as an article in the Europlanet magazine, and people have interacted with a wide range of companies ranging from SME startups to large conglomerates, hardware, software, or possibly none at all. Whoops. The benefits that people see in terms of engaging with working with companies are to maximize research impact, to provide wider career opportunities and expose early career staff to possible other career avenues, and that's something that's been talked about a lot this week, to increase career opportunities, to do co-funding for PhDs, and we've got some great examples of that within Europlanet Explore and related programs, and ACRI has been a really great flag bearer for the benefits of doing that. Securing additional funding, again, we have some really good case studies now of how we've managed to create consortia that have brought together industry, academia, and had potential other opportunities to develop funding program or to apply for funding programs. Other benefits, programmatic robustness and risk sharing. People who have not experienced working with companies, partly because the occasion never came up, partly because they don't know what industry does, or what it might do that's relevant to them. I think it's interesting, but don't know how to start, looking to see how to do it. Interested, but just found it too hard to get the conversation going. Concerned about IP costs. Not sure what the point is. So anyway, the point is that what we've been doing, and ERIM is a really important part of this, is industry is one example where we've already started to do it, but outreach is another one where we've been talking to the community. We've been finding out what people think of us, as well as what we think or how they respond to the resources and things that we create. And this will be an ongoing theme throughout NA1 for the rest of the project. We have a number of deliverables, which I'll come to at the end, which are essentially roadmaps, so very much fit into the scheme of ERIM. And the industry one is due in February, I think. So this kind of information helps us formulate that. Widening participation is led by Andrea and Matt. Italian interjections, this is good. And Grażyna. So there have been many things that have been going on. ERIM has been a huge focus for all of us over the past year, and we're really, really pleased that it's come off so well, and that we've had a really good participation from underrepresented countries, as well as doing workshops in itself. Andrew and the team and Mate and the team have been going out and doing workshops, for instance, at the Hungarian Space Forum, and we can look at whether there are opportunities to carry on doing that over the next few months to really kind of make the most of it. I think this is really one of the areas that suffered through COVID and not having that face-to-face interaction and opportunities to build that community, but there have been some things that have been going on, and we'll continue to do that. We've also had presentations and splinters at EPSC over the past few years, and those have led to this opportunity to work with Ariana, who's not here anymore, to do these articles with JGR that will summarise sort of some of the issues that are faced by inclusion, widening participation, geographic inclusion, and how we can develop that. And there's the other opportunity as well with the diversity committee that's come through that to talk about some of the more diversity related, EDI related aspects of that too. So that's something that I think we've agreed now that we're going to submit an abstract for DPS, so that we've got a deadline that we're gonna produce a first draft by October. One of the new things relating to widening participation that has come about through the terrible global events is after the invasion of Ukraine last year, we wanted to do something practical. So we, in consultation with the community, we put together a scheme to support Ukrainian researchers and launched that in May last year. Funding offered for research research trips for Ukrainian scientists. Some of those have been physical, some of those have been virtual. And at the end of this reporting period, so actually up until, I think there's maybe a bit more to report since then, we've had 10 applications that have been reimbursed at the order of sort of €5,000. And Grażyna and her team have also supported Ukrainians in applying for other funding, like the Commission's MSCA for Ukraine programme. Global collaboration has been run by the powerhouse that is Barbara Cavalazzi. The first workshop was held in Botswana in November 2021 when it was still quite restricted for COVID. So there were 15 in-person people and 40 virtual participants. The second workshop was held just before Christmas last year. With 24 participants from Addis and around, and a further 12 from around Ethiopia, and 12 and 24 doesn't add up to 38. Anyway, never mind. There was also a schools event that went alongside that, so Light Up the Constellation. So there were schools brought into that in a workshop led by ENAF. And thanks to Barbara's excellent dissemination work, we had a big flood of applications from Ethiopia about potentially participating in expert exchange programs. Another part of the global collaboration has been scoping out this boundary conditions of pilot TAs with Korea and China. The Korea has been really successful, and we've been really delighted to have some of our colleagues from Korea here in person this week. It's been really lovely to see them. And it was lovely to have Kiwook at EPSC in September, and Barbara and Kieran went out to Korea about this time last year and took part in some workshops and went and looked at all the facilities and saw that they have 4 nanosims in one room, which caused a lot of excitement, and it was a great opportunity to talk about sort of the reciprocal opportunities through ERIM. The ambassadors program is also something that we've put together to try to give a bit of flexibility in the support that we can give to developing collaborations with our partners around the world, and all kinds of things have come out of this, like sessions at EPSC where we've brought participants over and funded them, I think, as well to or supported participation as well in other like at EAS. We have had programs like Space Bus Togo. So France has a very successful Space Bus program that goes around France doing outreach. We supported those in collaborating with a not-for-profit in Togo, who worked with them to arrange a tour at 10 venues around the country. And then there's been a big exhibition alongside or working with some of the partners who are involved in the Morocco workshop. And there was a big exhibition in a shopping centre visited by tens of thousands of people who did activities and looked at the exhibition, and there was nice big Europlanet logos on there too. So expert exchanges, I think, has been one of the real success stories. It was really hard, very hard hit by COVID in that nothing happened at all for getting on for 2 years because of we weren't able to go anywhere. However, since then we've almost caught up, and the participation in expert exchanges has been really great in sort of hitting all these objectives that we had of developing facilities for future TA programs. That's work, for instance, in the Raman spectroscopy workshops run by Frédéric Fouché, and lots of students, and early career training that's happened around that. We've had lots of visits for people going to look at facilities to learn about things between Sweden and Hungary, and and so on. I mean, the breakdown of URS within the early careers is much greater than we've seen in many other areas of the program. So this seems to be something that we can do. Mobility seems to be something that we can really do that actually does effectively support our colleagues in Central Europe, Eastern Europe, so on. And we were having conversations, Zoltan, over lunch about, you know, the practical things that we should be doing to support this, and mobility and travel money within the society, I think, is, and sort of learning from the expert exchange, and is definitely something that we can build on. Of the 19 visits that have been completed to date, 74% have involved either European or non-European URS, but half are European URS, 26% the rest of the world, 16 both European and non-European. For instance, Marcello, who has been here this week, went to visit Ihaka in Romania, and that's been developing a really fruitful collaboration. There's, again, articles about it in the Europlanet magazine. Early careers, again, this is something we feel very passionate about. Adita talked about that this morning in the road mapping session, about the things that we offer in terms of the portal and the mentoring. We've matched 61, I'm sure that it's more than that, mentor-mentee programs, pairs to date. This is already a year before the end of the project. This is more than we originally anticipated throughout the whole thing. Our target was 50, so we're beyond that, which is really amazing. And we've had lots of early careers, participating in summer schools, not just the astrophotometry one last year, but the one we have a summer school just coming up in Lithuania in August, which will be very much focused on early careers. And we've supported lots and lots of bursaries to attend EPSC, 69 in EPSC 2021, covering the registration fees, and 192 for EPSC 2022 at a value of 80,000 euros. Now, there were other bursaries as well for amateurs and education and so on. And then the media centre, my team, I'm being supported by Luca and James McKevitt and Thibaut, who have been helping us publicise newsworthy events, to run an internship programme, which has been brilliant. It's been brilliant in helping me identify talented new early career people who want to develop careers in science communication. You've seen Thibaut all week, you've seen James all week. We got to know them both through the internship programme. We've put out, well, actually at the end of RP2 we put out 31 press releases. There's been a few more since then, and then we've done other things like daily briefings. Our Twitter following has almost doubled since the start of the project. Facebook has grown. LinkedIn has almost started from scratch and has gone to sort of 2,000 monthly impressions. And then we launched this Europlanet magazine, issue 5 is very late. It should have been well out by the time of this meeting, but for obvious reasons it hasn't. But it will get there in the next sort of week or so, and it should be with you before the end of the summer, not before the end of summer, before the end of July. Here are some pictures of some of the coverage that we've had in the media. Is the lovely interns from EPSC, some of the tweets relating to some of the press releases that we've put out, for instance with Spider. Some of the we had some Instagram illustrations that related to our educational tools, which went down really well. So good job to everybody on that. And then, there was a video, but never mind, I'm sure we're late in any case. In terms of policy engagement, the policy team provide reports on what's going on more generally in the policy landscape. And as you heard from Noel on whatever day it was this week, it's really important to understand where policymakers are coming from, what they're looking at, what they're talking about, to be able to engage properly with them in that conversation. We've had some policy events that have been organised over the past couple of years, like the industry sessions at EPSC. We've communicated with the European Parliament. One of the highlights of the recent months, many things going on in the recent months, has been a dinner debate in the European Parliament, hosted by Nicolas Ninas and attended by Jean-Marie Marinescu, who's hosted events for us in the past. But then we had lots of very important people like Ashbacher, the DG of ESA, and very important people from the Commission and industry. And the policy team and the industry team work with the regional hubs. It's not been working as well as it should do, but hopefully we will sort out some of those issues as we go forward. And there's some pictures just to prove that we did it. Education, inspiration, outreach is there to disseminate and evaluate educational resources. To date, we've been quite limited in creating our own resources because we feel there's a lot out there already. We have done a little bit this time linked to specific areas like the field sites and the labs. We've also tried to evaluate them to try and understand how teachers respond to them, particularly in this changing landscape following COVID. And so we've had a survey and been analysing those, and that's quite interesting. And again, trying to build a community that will help us disseminate and also translate resources. We've had some very successful collaborations, for example, with ENAF, but also with Lecturers Without Borders, who've helped us develop this Goes Live to Schools program. So we had EPSC Goes Live to School, and I think we worked with 12 schools then. We've had a couple of schools visits this week. Unfortunately, not as many as we'd hoped because it's the last week of term and schools were tired. But in any case, it's a really great initiative, I think. We've run various webinars and training programs to support outreach providers, and here are some pictures from the educational resources that we produced. And Planets in a Room, which has been talked about this week. Not only have we distributed that sort of early on in this project to outreach providers, but we've also, since opening up from COVID, been taking it around with us to exhibitions like at the EAS, and EPSC, and Federica and Livia have been doing all kinds of things with it as well. And the most exciting, or not the most exciting thing, but a new exciting thing that we're going to be doing is a virtual exhibition with the Natural History Museum. In fact, actually that should be ready fairly soon, in August, or at least a draft of that should be ready in August. And that's an opportunity for us to really look at the international context of Mars sample return, to get input from our ESA, NASA, international collaborator, JAXA, MMX, international collaborators. And from what I've seen so far, it looks like it's going to be brilliant. It's got lots of augmented reality and cool stuff in it. So hopefully that will be good. So we've hit our deliverables. We've got lots of sustainability plans coming up. So this week has been really important, plus the virtual exhibition. Again, more or less on track with the mentoring milestones. And a lot of these workshops have kind of been done over the past week, so that's all good. Just in terms of the diversity and sustainability, how late am I?
No, we still got
okay, good. Right. Okay, good. As you will have got the gist over the past week, Europlanet is part of a dynamic family, and Stéphane, Erard will always point out that the cogs don't work in this diagram, but it's the concept. It's a suite of interconnected activities and programs. So we have the Europlanet Society, we have the Europlanet RI. There should now be an umbrella around this, a huge great thing around this, the clock casing, as it were, which is now the ASBL that houses and protects all of these cogs for future generations, for posterity. But we cannot do it on our own. We need EPEC, we need the regional hubs, we need industry and policy and outreach and widening participation in EDI and so on. So all of this is needed to work together. And so yes, this is the new structure. Jonas had a slicker, more anyway, had a new version of this diagram, but it's essentially the same thing, that the ASBL is now at the heart of this. The management is selected by the community, so we still work for the community, and our governance comes from the community, but it enables us to oversee the activities that we have and also to participate in new projects going forward. Solmaz has told us about the Diversity Committee and the objectives of the Diversity Committee and the activities, and this is a really important thing that we need to make sure is embedded going forward, and building that, consolidating that into all of these structures as we look at them and redevelop them, to make sure that these things don't get lost and have a really great, have a really strong voice within the community going forwards. Diversity Committee, regional hubs. We've talked a lot about the regional hubs. I think the general consensus is that the regional hubs have not been working as they should do. However, the concept is essential. We need that diverse, distributed opportunity to reach out to the community, and it's just a way of trying to make that function in a slightly more coherent kind of way, and make the people involved feel a bit more supported, and bring in the new people that we've met during the week. And then the early career network. However, this is going to be broken up or reorganized following all of the EPEC activities that have gone on this week. But it's still the essential thing is that it's by early careers for early careers, but integrated into the Europlanet society, so that there is the cross-generational and networking that goes on too. We've mentioned the desire to have a demographic survey, and we do really honestly want to do this. And it is a priority. If we have any money left over, we definitely will do this. And we've got a bit of budgeting, but hopefully we can ring fence it and get it started soon. What we know so far about who our user base is, we keep saying this, and I say this is a bit fuzzy, but we think there's about 1,000 tenured and about 5,000 early career researchers spread across at least 200, if not many more, institutes and companies. I've mentioned Ariana's invitation to write commentaries and the articles that come out. EPSC is a good way of kind of looking at the community. We've held it annually since 2006. Online in 2020 and 2021. It's about 48 countries represented at the meeting, so you know it's a big community of people that come. We regularly now have over 1,000 participants and 1,700 for joint meetings, and you know it will be interesting to see how that kind of shakes down as we move into a hybrid role. And see, you know, how the breakdown between on-site and virtual participants works out. But you know, 11,000 people more have been to EPSC since 2011, so it's a major opportunity for us to engage with our community. In science sessions, keynotes, community events, splinter meetings. This is sort of a brief breakdown of who attends EPSC. So the purple is including joint meetings with the DPS, so including when we have a bigger contingent either in Europe or in the States from our American colleagues, and there's a lot of Americans that come to EPSC, which is interesting in itself. France is our biggest contingent, and at EPSC, the issue with reaching out to the underrepresented countries, as we've talked about before, particularly our colleagues in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, Northern Europe, Southeast Europe, you can see that it's quite down the list. We get to Poland at 154, but compared to it's less than 10% of the number of researchers from France that come to EPSC. The pink are the European URS underrepresented countries. The blue are international URS, so Brazil and Botswana and people from around the world that we need to encourage to develop or to work with to support them in building their capacity in planetary sciences. Historically, we have less than 10% of URS participants at EPSC. And that's compared to ERIM. So this week we have had 28% of participants from underrepresented countries. So this is, I think this demonstrates something that we have thought for a while, that to get the participation we need to go to places and to interact with the community and come to them. So I mean, come and really bring people in to show people what Europlanet is all about. So here we have Slovakia as the second most, but we've had significant presence from Hungary and Poland and Czechia and Greece and Portugal. So the distribution it's not up to the 50% of the population that we would see, but compared to what we see normally at EPSC, then it is better than it has been. Looking at TA applications by country, again, it's dominated by Italy in particular, France, Germany, UK. There are, across the spectrum, there are a few applications from many URS countries in Europe and beyond that, but the numbers are quite small, and the success rate is perhaps not as good as it should. But especially because the numbers are quite small, it's you know, it's hard to read too much into that. But I mean, certainly in terms of future programs, then we need to work harder at that dissemination. Telescope network, on the other hand, we have a much better representation. So there's been a big participation from Poland, from Lithuania, and the success rate is pretty good. In terms of gender of the project, IOU, the baseline is at the youngest stage, it's about 38% female to 62% male, and 35 in the sort of 30 to 40 age bracket, and then it sort of gradually drops and drops and drops, and once you sort of get to the older stages, then older age groups, then it's quite small. I mean, obviously there's historical issues to work through. However, in Europlanet, in our workforce, 42% female to 58% male, so it's better than the IAU average. Our officers a little bit better than that, 45% female to 55% male, so that's the PMC people, and then things like the evaluation officer, industry officer. Telescope network, almost parity. TA visitors, a little bit less than it was in the first reporting period, but that's probably because we've had more visits, and so therefore it's more representative of the community. Membership, slightly spurious graph, but membership category, our society is very much dominated by early careers. The gender breakdown of Europlanet society members is actually given that it's maybe a little bit surprising that we're not as good in the society perhaps as the research infrastructure, although perhaps there's more people, so it and then the leadership at the moment, the current boards, the committees of the society at the moment are actually female dominated a little bit, but that may change as we kind of move into a new progression. But hopefully it will stay at least with parity. This is something that we should aim for. And then finally, this has kind of been touched on by lots of people over the past few presentations, and by Nigel, but we should point out that Europlanet is becoming increasingly thematically diverse as we progress, and that we've brought in new communities like geological mappers, like small bodies, like planetary protection and curation, as we've gone through science communication. So there's lots of things that have been built into Europlanet, and this is enabling us to also branch out into new areas. So projects that come out through consortia formed within Europlanet include MOVE, the UV satellite construction project that Marcel and University of Kent and others are involved in, CS3 in Hungary. Fast for Future, Fulvio's capacity building project, Explore the machine learning, seeing banners around this week, and it's been very much part of the GMAP and the machine learning project roadmap. Looking at lifting of dust involves John and Anne and many other partners. I think the key technology, that's the Chinese project, mobility networks, also some Erasmus Plus projects that's been talked about or before. We're already involved in two less scale, which just coming to the end, which is virtual tools, and one called ClickPlit, which is climate change related and others. So thank you very much.
Take any questions? Are there any comments or questions for Anita? You've had a hard week. I think the main thing, okay. I think again, the main thing is that, again, for the purpose of the research infrastructure, as I said, the networking activities have always been a strong part of all the three programs that we've put together. And it is stronger and unique compared to many of the other research infrastructures who were here yesterday. They were impressed by the amount of breadth that we did. they asked us why we did it and didn't focus just purely on the science and the TA. I think apart from the fact that we felt that it was necessary to do for the building of a community, it actually probably has led to the fact that we're in a better place to do sustainability, because we have got more options of a sustainability, and that is how the society got formed. So these networking activities won't be included in any, possibly in any other bids. They weren't mentioned in the other bids, so we invented it. We didn't call them networking activities anymore. They are now integrating activities in the bid that we put forward. But they will form the core of the basis of many of the things we want to do about society and about community. And again, Livia, I was mentioning this morning, you know, why do you want to join the society? Well, that community spirit, I think, is very important. So these activities have always been vital, and I think we've pioneered a lot of this. So it's great, but it does need people to take it ahead and take it forward, because that's some of the legacies that we have.
There's just one thing that I didn't say that I really should have said, is that about 90% of the funding for this meeting has come through NA1.
Yes.
So the industry budget, the widening participation budget, the policy budget, all of these have been raided to create this meeting, because we felt that all of these things are cross-cutting and needed to...
As will be explained when we come to the budget exploration and your votes.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, we've done it, you've got to approve it. And if you don't, that's right, you have to give your money back. Okay, that's probably influencing the vote or something. Right. Now, do we have Gunther online?
Yes, you have me online. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Something also just in the WebEx chat, Angelo, I saw that you had some comments. Are you still online? Is there anything that you'd like to say now that we're in between presentations?
I can't share my screen. Can you please make me co-host?
Okay.
Okay. Thomas is just doing that right now.
Angelo, if you're still there, apparently you have something in chat, or you wanted to comment?
Maybe not, just to give an opportunity.
Okay.
Maybe not. Okay.
Maybe we can pick it up later then.
Yeah.
Okay. Gunther is going to do NA2.
Yes. Okay, now I can share my screen, right?
You can share the screen. Good. Okay. So we're going to go for the telescope network.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah, that's great.
This is something I think you've heard me say.
Good afternoon, everyone. As before, I want to apologize for all those who have seen most of the slides during review meetings in the last couple of weeks. But that's the way it is. And let's go into it. So this is the second networking activity of this issue of Europlanet. And that's the telescope network. This is something we were working, as Nigel mentioned before, for a long time. Now we have it. And unfortunately, Europlanet is no longer, but as far as I understand, the telescope network will go on in the future issue in some way. So what is Work Package 12, the telescope network? Essentially, we are coordinating a network of small telescope facilities worldwide, actually, so majority of them is in Europe. However, we have also, well, on every continent, we have telescopes. Part of this work package also is to provide observation alerts for the community. So if there's something of interest to observe, and some of those observations can be done with the small telescopes of the telescope networks, there's a community alert system. And part of that service, everyone in the community can actually provide an observation alert via this web page I'm going to show in a minute. Another goal of our work package is to participation of amateur astronomers. So includes citizen scientists to do science with big telescopes. And some telescopes they normally won't have access to. And we can see that we actually, I think we are on a good way here. And I hope this can be sustained in the near future. Part of that is also to enable amateur astronomers to use the telescopes, and therefore we have a lot of trainings, workshops to teach them about the science, but also teach them how to use the telescopes. Because sometimes if you're an amateur, you have a small telescope at home, you might be a bit afraid of applying for a 2-meter telescope somewhere in Chile or even here in Europe. And so a lot of people were actually afraid of applying. And after some trainings, we usually found that people came around and proposed to observe somewhere. And as a side effect, that we want to preserve all the data which are gained by these observations. So we are making sure that all the data which were gathered by the small telescope facilities, they are available via VESPA to the public. And of course, we have a strong link to all the other work package in Europlanet. So who is participating? So the lead is myself here in the Space Research Institute in Graz, Austria. My deputy is Colin Snodgrass, and also, I have to say, Gracina from Lithuania. But also we have colleagues in Spain and Poland and France who are also contributing to the success of this work package. So what is the work package about? So as I mentioned, we are coordinating observations via the telescope network. But when we make a call for observations, mostly in support of space missions of ESA or NASA or whatever, then of course sometimes also professionals apply for time on their telescope facilities not involved in the telescope network. So this is not restricted to any telescope in the network. When we put out the call to the community to make observations, so sometimes we even get contributions from amateur astronomers in their back garden doing observations in the framework of this kind of observation calls. Out of necessity, we are using small telescopes. Most of these observations are related to solar system science. It's befitting to Europlanet. And missions which have been supported in the last years will be supported further onwards are Rosetta in the past. So we are still doing follow-up observations for Rosetta, but also for current missions like Bepi Colombo Solar Orbiter, we do observations. So this week was another encounter of Bepi Colombo with Mercury, for example. But also future missions like JUICE and Comet Interceptor, which are not even launched yet. JUICE was launched already, but it will take some time to get to this target. Comet Interceptor will be launching in 5 years. So we are still doing, let's say, support observations on behalf of these missions. And a part of that is the observation alert system developed by our Polish colleagues. And what is this alert system? So I changed the image here because normally on one part you can find requests here. If you look at this part here, on the web page you can find recent requests. You can, if you log in and register with the website, you can put in your own request for observations. But it's also a link to other services like Gaia-GOSA, Asteroid Occultation web pages, where you can all find additional information which is helpful for your observation campaign. The latest addition to the alert system is a data server, which is hosted by our Polish colleagues, because it turned out that some of the very small facilities or amateur astronomers have a problem of maintaining data archives up to the standards we ask for them. And therefore, there's an additional service as part of the alert system as a data server for small telescopes. And that way also we can make sure that it's visible via the VESPA interface. So the website can be found here. And the usable version is already online for about, I think, 2.5 years. So it's still in progress, so it will be improved over the time until the end of the project. But still there are actually quite a lot of services which can be used now right in the moment. Another task of our work package is the amateur education training. As I mentioned before, some amateurs were rightfully afraid of applying telescope time on the big telescopes. They thought, oh, that's something for professionals, only those guys know how to use it. And therefore we set up all over Europe a chain of training workshops And it turned out that trained amateurs are more likely to actually apply for telescope times. Usually after these workshops, we get a host full of new proposals for observation time. And I think it's a really good thing to have these training workshops going on, because otherwise people might be afraid of not applying for telescope time. So we lose people who might otherwise contribute quite nicely to science and to the networking activities we want to do. The beginning of the project, of course, like everyone else, we were hit severely by COVID. Simply because in 2020 and most of the time in the mid-2021, a lot of the telescope sites were simply closed down and not available. Meanwhile, most of the telescopes offer remote observation service observations, which is something which didn't exist before. And we found out that actually a lot of astronomers don't want to travel anymore if they can have their observations done in a remote control or with service observations. So there's even an ecological impact here as a after effect of COVID, actually. Of course, also our training workshops were hit by this pandemic. And so therefore, initially we had no workshops, and then we switched over to virtual meetings. And only in the last year we could start again with in-person meetings. But as a lesson learned from all the pandemic and these remote workshops, it turned out that it's quite useful for our community to have at least a hybrid component in the workshops. Because for some workshops, for example, a fireball workshops, a series of 4 workshops we had in total, the audience was coming from all over the world. The fastest participation and contribution in terms of presentations given from Australia, New Zealand, from Brazil, North America, India, and also Morocco, for example. So it doesn't make sense to have only in-person workshops in this framework, because this way you would exclude a lot of interested people. So this is something, I guess, which should be kept up for the next future, that you have to have some hybrid component for these kind of training workshops, and also for science workshops when you want to teach about the basics of science we want to promote for citizen scientists. In part to compensate for the workshop we couldn't hold in person, we decided to have splinter meetings at the EPSC, both in remote versions and lately, again, happily, in-person meetings at the last EPSC last year. This year we couldn't do it because the EPSC is going to be in the US, so therefore we have the ERIM meeting. And also NA2 was contributing with bursaries to support meeting participation, particularly for amateur astronomers, for EPSC, but also for ERIM, I might mention. For the workshops, so far, this is as of today, we had 19 workshops and amateur trainings. So the last one was last weekend in Cala Alta in Spain. And in total, we had about 950 plus participants. We don't have an exact number because for the remote workshops, people log in and off during the meetings and the workshops. So it's hard to keep track of the total number. But we are pretty sure that we are nicely above the 900 plus participants for all our workshops in NA2. For this year, we have 3 more workshops already fixed planned. So during summer and September. We have 4 more workshops where we currently negotiate if we can fit them in the workshop program for this year, maybe early next year. Unfortunately, we are running out of budget for the workshops. So we have used up essentially all the workshop money already with all the planned workshops. And anyway, given the time it takes usually to process workshop invoices, the last workshops we can actually hold within the NA2 will be in March next year latest, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to finish the financial transaction involved in that. So this is something we learned the hard way, that sometimes takes really months to settle all the invoices, and therefore we have to be finished way before the end of the project, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to handle the financial necessities of this kind of workshops. Observation support, as I mentioned, this is online and the alert service. When we get a proposal for observations, is reviewed by the Science Advisory Panel. This is completely anonymous, so the panel doesn't know which consortium, which persons are behind the proposal. So they don't even recognize usually if it's an amateur or some professional proposing. I might guess they can have a slight clue in the way it's formulated, because amateurs, of course, have lots less training how to do that. And that's one of the reasons why we also had workshops where amateurs were trained how to write the proposal. Usually we get a lot of proposals after those workshops with a huge success rate, actually. So hardly any amateur proposal is turned down because it's not adequate. And to mitigate the effect that amateur proposal might be a bit more harshly rated by our Science Advisory Panel, we have a second stage for the decision. So the NA2 panel leads is deciding finally who is going to get observation time, or we also sometimes take the freedom of cutting the funding proposal and says, okay, you get the observation time, we don't cover the travel costs or only part of the travel cost, just to be economic with the funds we have so far. And we also insist of having an observation report after the observation. There will be no money handed out unless we get the report. And of course, it's also mandatory to have the observation data made available to VESPA, either via the observatory or some dedicated archive provided by the observer or the news service from our Polish colleague. So it's to mention that we quite successfully cooperate with the Exoclock project. So there's a large amount of our customers actually are within the frame of Exoclock, and therefore we are happy to support those cooperations. So the Science Advisory Panels has dedicated specialists for certain fields, but as I already pointed out before, it's no limit for the kind of activities and observations you can propose. It's just the most common proposal we were thinking of. We made sure that we have an actually expert who can really judge on the quality of the proposal in his own field of science. But we had successful applications for other fields outside of these science fields, and they were granted, and they were actually nicely returning science results after the observations. So this is the list of our telescope network. So currently we have 16, no, I have to say actually 17 telescopes in our network, active telescopes, I might say, with a total of 24 telescopes in 12 countries. And that includes also the Falk telescope network, which by itself has already 21 robotic telescopes all over the world. So this telescope network was initially set up during the beginning of the project, but there are still some changes. So in total, we had so far 2 new observatories, one last year. So the observatory in Cavalazzi in Spain joined. And just 2 weeks ago, we signed the memorandum of understanding with the observatory of Montsec in Spain again. And so we have a new member. Fortunately, we also lost a couple of telescopes because the war in Ukraine had an effect on all the Ukrainian stations, because essentially they are out of service for the moment. And I think it's highly unlikely they will ever be back online in the near foreseeable future, which is a real pity, because they would have contributed quite nicely to our telescope networks. And because of the sanction imposed on Russia, we had to remove one telescope in Siberia because of the sanctions. So here you can see a global map of the distribution of our telescopes. Naturally, most of the telescopes, particularly the smaller sites, are in Europe. But as you can see, we also have in North and South America, in Africa, Australia, and this is in Hawaii. So we can also use those telescopes as part of the network. And actually, one of the most popular telescopes is the Brasilia telescope, the Spanish-Danish telescope in Brazil. And we actually financed also in-person visits and travels to Brasilia. So far, I think we got a bad start because of the pandemic, but we are picking up nicely in pace. And so far, we received 36 proposals. Only 7 so far got rejected. One proposal after negotiation with the telescope itself, they got 3 telescope times. And we think there might be a fruitful scientific cooperation going on even after the shutdown of the telescope network in the Europlanet2024. So far, we have 187 observation nights granted as of June 2023 from 268 requested. So you can see that by far we don't grant all observation proposals if they're, let's say, a bit excessive in observation nights requested, or the quality of the proposal is not as good. So we don't take it for granted that every proposal is getting automatically observation time. But keep in mind that for the total Europlanet 2024, we propose to have 200 total observation nights. And we already at 187, and 2 days ago I received another proposal for 3 more nights. So I guess we might be able to fulfill these requests of this planned total of 200 nights for the length of the project. As Anita already pointed out, for the telescope network, we are quite nicely balanced between 10 females, 12 males. Most of the proposals are from underrepresented countries. Because I think professionals in regular European countries not underrepresented have more access via their home universities or host institutions. I guess that's my explanation for this kind of balance with the underrepresented countries. In terms of senior researchers, 4 early career, 11 amateurs, we are also nicely balanced, and we are quite happy that we had so far 11 amateurs, a couple of them with multiple successful observations so far, I have to say. So as it turned out that in areas where we had already training workshops in the past or recent, we tend to get more proposals from amateurs. And this is actually quite clustered around these areas where we had the training workshops. So this is a real lesson learned. If you want to have amateurs in your telescope networks, you have to provide locally available in their native language, I would guess, training workshops to show them how you write a proposal, how you operate a big telescope, or how you communicate with a state observatory to have a remote observation done on your behalf. Of course, observation reports handing in and reimbursement is lagging a bit behind. So far, we had 89 nights reimbursed, but it usually takes a couple of weeks. And also from these granted nights, some of them are still in the future. So by mid or end of this year from the scheduling. So clearly this finished and everything filed up and data uploaded to the server is lagging behind the number of granted proposals. As I mentioned before, our most popular telescope is the Lassilia telescope, naturally because it's in a good observation region next to all the European ESO telescopes, so it's no wonder people are keen to use that. Mostly this is done by the more professional oriented or early career scientists writing proposals, whereas the telescopes at Moletai or in Teide in Spain is more frequented by amateurs, because I think they might find it more convenient for their kind of research interest, and also by the location to use these kind of telescopes. And not all of them are in-person visits, so some of them still use remote observations because it's more convenient. On the right-hand side of my presentation, I show some results made from observations of amateurs at various telescopes. For example, this is from Teide. And this is actually professional level quality of observation. And I think that's it. It's the finish of my presentation. And if there are any questions, I intentionally omitted all the milestones and deliverables because so far we are on track with all of that. And I think there's no need to go extra to a long list of Excel to provide you this kind of information.
Okay, thank you, Gunther. Are there any questions from the room or online? Didn't say so. Okay, right. We're going to take a break now because it's coffee time. And we're going to just slightly change the program when we come back. We will have Jen and Stavros. And I know you're all longing for the budget. You just can't wait for the budget. And then Sophia will do the budget, and then we will proceed to the grant deviations discussion and votes. So let's go get coffee now and come back on the hour.
I'm sorry I can't be there with you virtually in person. I'm away at a conference delivering some sessions, but I am Jen DeWitt, and I am the Impact Evaluation Officer for Europlanet 2024 RI. So the purpose of the evaluation is to really assess the effectiveness of the Europlanet research infrastructure for its user community. Now, I'm a social scientist by training, and I was brought in really as an integral part of this research infrastructure so that someone could really track the impact indicators across this wide range of activities and over time, and really bring it all together to assess the overall effectiveness of the RI, going beyond the metrics, publications, users, etc., as important as those are. And I'm assuming you will have heard a lot about that in previous presentations. So then in my work, I'm working to identify the elements or features of the activities, both TA, VA, NA, across the RI that act as contributors and barriers to their success to help us really think about sustainability and impact. In terms of the overall impact areas, these were identified by OECD and were structured by that document on research infrastructure impact. And it identifies 5 overarching impact areas or categories, which are then cross-cut with these 7 strategic objectives. And those in turn had discrete indicators mapped onto them. So in structuring the evaluation and designing that, we used those indicators as a sort of starting point for discussion and mapped them against the objectives and indicators from the bid to come up with a more comprehensive list of indicators of impact for the 2024 RI. And those in turn then have really informed the data that I've been collating and collecting. And ultimately, I'll be mapping that back against these objectives to really tell the story of how and why the RI is effective. This afternoon, I'm going to be giving a bit of an overview of some of these metrics related to impact, so you can see how that feeds into the big picture, but really pulling out some specific cases and examples that illustrate the kind of impact that Europlanet 2024 RI is having. So first and foremost, let's talk about scientific impact and around being a national or world scientific leading RI and an enabling facility to support the science. And one of the top indicators of this concerns publications. And there are a lot. There are a lot planned, they're on track, they're in progress, and are really starting to be published. And these come from just across the RI, from the TA visits, from visitors and facilities, often those are collaborative, from the Europlanet telescope network, which involves amateur astronomers, from VA activity as well. And I just want to tie back to the involvement of and support for amateur astronomers via the telescope network. And I'm going to be returning to this because it's really quite important. It links to the sustainability of the RI and really reflects its outward-facing nature, as well as syncing up with research showing that outside perspectives can really enhance the science. So while the publications record is good and growing, scientific impact really does go beyond what that reflects. In terms of the users, this is a bit more on metrics. We have loads about the TA visits, which are going very well, VESPA users, GMAP, which really supports the planetary mapping community in a range of ways. All of this is growing. SPIDER is increasing in its use, including by missions. The ML portal is active, and there have been, again, multiple proposals and observation nights via the Europlanet telescope network. Some of these proposals, or a good number of them, are from amateurs. Gaia Goza, for example, has 177 registered users, mostly amateur astronomers, and many nights of observations have been submitted to that. Now, another area of scientific impact concerns the structuring effects of the RI on the scientific community, and this really speaks to research collaborations. And there have been multiple collaborative research bids across the RI, as well as with other universities, other research institutes, multiple projects that have received EC funding. Other research collaborations are existing as well, such as staff exchanges and so forth. Coming back to the TA visits, 90% of the TA visitors indicated that they were planning future collaborative activity with their hosts, which includes all range of things from bids to papers and so forth. And also, again, relating to scientific impact that's emerging out of these collaborations, a lot of the TA visitors have reported that they've really led to new scientific impacts, things that they wouldn't have envisaged happening without the Europlanet support. And in fact, 75% of them indicated that these visits had led them to consider this new scientific activity. But to hear really about this sort of collaboration idea, it's sometimes best to hear it from people themselves. And so this is a quote from one of the visitors that really speaks to the value of the research infrastructure for collaboration. And it's really showing how Europlanet really sort of gets this networking and collaboration ball rolling, so to speak. And this sort of sentiment isn't unusual. It's all over the interview data, the interviews that I've been conducting with a lot of these TA visitors. And it just sort of really, again, turbocharges these collaboration, leading to all sorts of outputs and impacts that I'll get into a little bit later and have been touched on previously. But the collaborations are certainly not limited to the TA activity as well. There are collaborations within the VA activity, from VESPA being involved in international consortia, for example, to machine learning having links with IWF and Explore, GMAP having links with Horizon 2020 projects, and there's more, beyond that. Moving on to technological impact, one of the main things or main areas around this is to really support and enable innovation. And so one of the ways we see this is via collaboration with industry and support for SMEs. And there's quite a bit of this. Industry was involved in some of the JRAs, some of the work packages have industry collaborators. Around 9 of the TA facilities reported industry collaborations. And Isotoptech in particular has 10 collaborations that they reported across a range of organizations, industry, government, museums, universities. In addition, there's been an industry database as well as other activities really trying to support these links with industry. And I want to point out here that the kind of links really vary by facility and by type of activity. And we're really seeing in this infrastructure, thinking through what makes for a sort of natural or organic type of fit, if you will. What kind of gaps and needs that are out there can the RI, be it the facilities, be it VA, et cetera, can they meet? And as an example of this, I just wanted to talk briefly about the establishment of Impossible Sensing, which is an SME that's based in the US, but is founded by a TA visitor, or former TA visitor, Pablo Stebron. And he really credits credits Europlanet, I should say, with making a lot of this possible. And he has clients including NASA, the Canadian Space Agency, other North American-based organizations, and is then looking to expand into Europe soon. And so here's kind of what he had to say with a photograph from his website that kind of connects you to the kinds of work that he does. So again, he's really crediting the RI and his experience with the TA visits with sort of launching this business that then supports industry and other collaborations as well. And so here's another area of technological impact, and it's really where the VA really comes into its own. And details are in the report and/or have been mentioned earlier around the work done by VESPA and GMAP and SPIDER and machine learning. And I also want to note that they're providing a range of data and services. For example, VESPA joining IPDA. GMAP has interactions with USGS Astrogeology, putting their maps on the portal. So again, making that available to the European planetary and geological mapping community, which is really in need of this sort of support. And then there's also, for example, publicly available data that's coming from the telescope network, including, again, from amateur astronomers. And so really, looking across scientific and technological impact, the TA visits, the cornerstone of the RI, make possible impacts, particularly scientific, that just wouldn't be possible without the research infrastructure due to the access to the facilities, both the equipment and the expertise that it provides. And this impact is only enhanced and strengthened by other areas of scientific impact and activity from the VA, for example, the machine learning JRA activity, SPIDER support for planetary exploration, VESPA's development of the EP and TAP protocol, as well as support from the NA, like the expert exchange program and the telescope network activities. So moving on to other areas of impact, there is the next big area of training and education impact. And this really relates to the education part of this objective around promoting education, outreach, and knowledge dissemination. So I really want to emphasize a couple that are particularly key to impact in this area and just really highlight that. And these things also really align with the outward-facing nature of this RI. So for example, the mentorship program has so far matched around 61 pairs, and they have a really broad geographical reach of over 20 countries, including Georgia, Lebanon, Romania. The feedback's been very positive. It's led to for scientific collaboration in some cases, as again, really key in addressing some of the diversity and inclusion issues that planetary science faces as a field. The expert exchange program, there have been over 10 visits so far, again, about educating others, training others. It's all about the network, providing support for researchers, strengthening the community, which again, this supports sustainability of the RI and comes back to improving the science. Also, in addition to the above, there's support like conference bursaries, summer school, other information, and this support is really key for students and early career scientists, and it's really key to strengthening the field. There's a lot of social science research highlighting the importance of this, again, especially from a widening participation or diversity and inclusion perspective. Moving on to other areas under training and education impact, there's a lot of workshops being provided by NA2, some are virtual, some are hybrid, and a lot of them have a solid proportion of amateurs, particularly these sort of pro-am workshops. Parsec, for example, the planetary science collaboration tool, it's live, available to both professional and amateur astronomers. And then we also see impact in this area from VESPA, the data sessions that they're providing, SPIDER's providing training workshops. GMAP has these very successful winter schools that are drawing, again, from a really wide geographic region. So they're clearly meeting a need in this area, as well as leading to data that is now available for the community and even some publications. So all of this just signals the way that the infrastructure is providing support in this area. In addition, returning to doctoral students in particular, and the ones who have the opportunity to go on TA visits, there's been very positive feedback across the board. And just a couple, though, that I think that really stand out to me about that speak to the impact of the research infrastructure and of these visits in particular. And so the case of Willie Exner, he, as a PhD student, happened to join a meeting of scientists working on modeling Mercury, but in conversations with other early career scientists, they started talking about the coding they were using to inform the models and when it didn't work, when it went strange, when it went wrong. And this kind of incipient network or collaboration was then supported by Europlanet funding for Willie to travel to meet with these individuals on a couple of other occasions, which led to a paper. And this paper, as well as this collaborative approach that really also talks about, what do you do when this goes wrong, and sharing that, led ESA to hire him for a research fellowship to focus on the research itself, as well as further development of this SHOTS group. So it significantly advances his career and the science as well, and the way that it's getting done. Ben Tatton was another PhD student, and this again reflects how these visits can often sort of turbocharge their doctoral studies. And he's, talking about how that kind of opportunity can really change his experience. And he also talked about how without it, it wouldn't have been as strong. And because of all this, he really feels now like he can forge a career out of it. So the data collected, the skills learned, the connections and networks forged, these really support the science done in the PhDs and beyond. So it's really setting up these individuals well for scientific careers. Finally, moving on to economic impact, it's not just funding for early career researchers within the RI activities. And this is really, I just bring it up here again because it's funding that doctoral students, early career researchers just don't have access to elsewhere. But it's also in a more sort of traditional sense of economic impact. There's increasing support for local infrastructure and associated employment. There's the FDP Europlanet GOG spinout. And again, impossible sensing. And the RI was really a contributor to Pablo Sobran's starting this profitable company, which I think I mentioned employs 25 people and is about to expand into Europe. And to finish up with societal and social impact, and this really links to sort of outreach and knowledge dissemination, again, there's a lot of it. On the part of the TA facilities and visitors, there's a range of activities, articles in the popular press, talks, media engagement, stalls at public exhibitions and science festivals, open days at universities, and about half of the TA visitors are planning to do outreach connecting to their visits. So again, that plus things like the Europlanet magazine, other NA activity around education and outreach, or schools in particular, reflects this very outward-facing nature of this RI. They also provide support for public policies, for example, on the part of some of the TA facilities with policymakers and strategic initiatives, and sort of nationally in places like Botswana, the UK, Sweden, Denmark. There's ongoing engagement with the European Parliament, dinner debates, for example, as well as support for regional hubs to engage with policy at both a national, even a more local level. And so I really want to finish with a word around social responsibility. And this is where I keep kind of coming back to this idea, for example, of support for amateur astronomers, you know, whether it's via bursaries or workshops or other kinds of support. It's a way of kind of supporting the diversity of the field, and not just bringing in more, but diversifying as well. And another way in which this was done and might be considered in the future is a TA applications workshop, sort of how you do it. And nearly a third of attendees, even though it was the previous reporting period, I'm mentioning it here, nearly a third of the attendees were from underrepresented states. The mentorship program in particular really speaks to giving people access to expertise, and the expert exchange program and TA visits do this as well. And it's giving them this access that they wouldn't have otherwise. And there are also EDI initiatives within the Europlanet network. In the evaluation, we're going beyond metrics, beyond publications and users, to really look at other areas of impact or other indicators of things like scientific impact and technological impact, and how it is that Europlanet is impactful. And it really comes down to access to expertise, access to equipment, to labs, field sites, and to people, supported by a host of interlocking activities that really come to impact on individuals, from doctoral students to amateur astronomers and way beyond, as well as the science that they engage in now and they'll be able to engage in the future. And all of this critically, again, is not just impact on the science itself, as crucial as that is, but the outward facing nature of this particular research infrastructure really means the impacts are broader than only on the scientists participating directly and on their science. And that really strengthens the planetary science community. And I will leave it there.
Okay. I don't know if Anita wants to say anything, but when we write these proposals, they ask us for this social and economic impact. Okay. How do you put something together like that? Well, Jen has helped us do that. I'm not entirely sure last week that the Commission actually understood their own call, but you need somebody like that to come in and look at it differently and say it. And I think this is a really important part. So maybe Anita could say something on that, because I think this is an activity that was really useful to do, and we thank Jen for it, because we're going to have to roll this out otherwise. So if you're going to have to write this bit about what is your society impact in your project, this is the sort of thing you've got to do. Anita, quickly, and then we'll move on to Stéphane.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is really right. Okay. Yeah, no, one of the things that is really clear is that the impact takes a really long time potentially to roll through. We have things that pop up within the stuff that we collect for the commission. You know, there are easy metrics. There are things like you know, numbers of users per month. There are users on the website, visits on the website. There are people that we have in the room like this. But this meeting, for example, and actually understanding what the impact of this meeting is, there will be things that we can track over the next few months, but there may be collaborations that come over the years. And, you know, one of the things that's been really interesting to me is that some of the people that showed up this week came to Europlanet workshops in 2018 and 2016. And, you know, how that has led to collaborations that have carried on ever since. The papers, the publications that come out of the TAs, maybe several years afterwards, the collaborations that lead to then the big impacts like people forming companies, that's several years down the line. Just even in our outreach things, things that we do, for instance, the evaluation toolkit, very low level to begin with. It now has 500 users a month. I've been looking on the website. So, you know, as a VA service in itself, yeah, that's doing pretty well. So it is frustrating actually that the Commission don't really get or don't really want people to track this, because it is part of a story. Jen is part of what we've been doing. The magazine I found unbelievably useful as well, in just kind of providing an opportunity to look not just at what's happened lately, but what's happened over a period of time. So Gareth and I have just been trying to put together a story, an article about the JRAs dating back to the first project, and that investment that's kind of gone to build John's wind tunnel, for example, so that and the shade, Bernard's shade. No, not shade. It's shadows, isn't it?
No, shade.
Well, no, shadows. Shadows is spectrum.
Oh, a spectrometer is shadows, but the database is shade.
Which has then led to expertise at DLR. So, you know, these big overarching stories you don't get without someone like Jen, without being able to look at that big picture. And that's a real shame, because, you know, that's it's our money at the end of the day. We paid in our taxes for this to happen, and it's nice to know about it, and we should be sharing that with the wider public. So I've said quite enough this week, so I will shut up now.
Obviously, the impact of this meeting will be that Europlanet will be a success, become very successful, lots of money, and Corinne and I will get a helicopter, and we'll be able to report this in a few years' time, right? You know, our helicopter was formed here. Yeah. Man, Didier's thinking as a treasurer he can spend it some other way. Okay, fine. Right, let's move on. So we have the machine learning now. Stavros, is he online?
Yes. Can you hear me, Nigel?
Yep. Can you share your slides?
Yes. Thank you very much. I think you should make me a co-host. Sorry. Can you help on this?
All right.
Yeah.
Coming. And again, remember, machine learning was something new that we brought into this project. And again, it was very well received by the reviewers. So we wanted a success, and Stavros will tell us how we're getting a success.
Yes. Can you? Yes. Thank you very much, Nigel. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for being here and listening this part of the machine learning. The idea of the machine learning actually was completely new in this proposal. Many of you might know that it was really something that was required, not required, but was integrated in the proposal, and it's really very well much accepted from the Commission. And now in the next 15 minutes, I'll try to explain you what we got, what we are doing, what we achieved, and what we want to do in the future. So I'm coordinating this package from last year. So most of the things that you hear here is actually a work of many beneficiaries that will be listed here, and the people that during the years that joined the project. So I'll talk about machine learning solutions for data analysis and exploitation in planetary science. And in the audience is also my deputy, Andreas Windisch. So if you have further questions on the technical issues on the machine learning, so he can answer to your questions. So first of all, I want to spend some minutes about the machine learning and why this was introduced in the European Co and Europlanet Co practically. So you can see here three main combination of words: data fusion, data mining, and machine learning. Why is that? In our area, you know, actually in our era, we studied when we want to approach something with, for example, scientific argument, we used to follow the approach of hypothesis-driven science, what they call it, hypothesis-driven science. So we have some hypotheses, we look for a theory or to create a theory. Just we have, for example, a set of equations that can explain some phenomena. After that, we want to check, we perform our experiment, and after that, we move to the data analysis. So to analyze the data that we get from this experiment, and in the end, we end up with understanding, hopefully understanding what we get and what the theory suggested, and the experiment as well. Now we live in another era, let's say, and you're actually witnesses of all what is happening around, and this is what we call it data-driven science. So this is different approach, and you can see here on the right what we mean with the data-driven science. We have data sets and streams. We have data exploration, pattern discovery based on these data sets. So we dig in the data and we try to get most of it. So we try to find some pattern. We can find something that can explain things that we haven't seen. So sometimes the data is not just an array of information of numbers, but the data is something that can give you more than we can expect. And since we have much more data than we expected before, sometimes we even don't have time to understand, to review this data. So we need more computer power. We need people actually to think how to design this data. And moreover, we need machine intelligence to help us to analyze this data. So based on this data exploration, we move again to the hypothesis and the theory that we get from this data exploration. We move to the data analysis and we end up with understanding. So today, modern data sets contain so high information, content that actually enables possibility to study the data. So what we call it data mining, and this data mining can produce actually scientific return. So it's very profitable way to get more information from this data. Data fusion is important because without data fusion, we can have separate data sets, but we cannot see the full picture of what is going on in the particular phenomena, because they're different. For example, we have different instruments, we can get different information on some particular space mission, but if we don't get data fusion between these data of different instruments, we cannot get full understanding, for example, of interior of asteroid. If you don't have a radar, if you don't have imaging, spectrometry of the spectroscopy of the surface of the surface, we cannot get the full image how this body was formed. And actually here in Arizona, in this meeting that I'm attending now, and I'm sorry I couldn't attend it personally, the meeting in Bratislava, it's amazing, for example, what James Webb is already getting on this data, huge data that will arrive for the Trojans and the objects that are very far away in our solar system in Kuiper belt. So now, if we continue with the data, just another important point is the data complexity. Data complexity requires machine intelligence to assist the human comprehension and understanding. And another 2 words I'll spend, sorry, but it's important, I think, why it's so important for the Europlanet to continue using this machine learning, and why we want to allow these tools to the community. Sometimes we need data processing is fine. In the planetology, we haven't had so huge amount of data like the cosmology and astrophysics, but now we are getting more and more data. And for this, we need to actually not only data processing, not data farming, what means to get our archives and to learn to gather all these archives of the data, but we want to dig in the data, so data mining. And machine learning is a key methodology to get actually most of this data. Sometimes the data is not complete, so we need machine intelligence to give us more information. Sometimes we have some data and we said, okay, we want to predict something. So machine learning can help us to predict what we can get in different, slightly different conditions, because the machine learn and the automatic, actually the machine learning tool can give you this information. For this reason, we actually developed different scientific design, actually this working package within the Europlanet call, and machine learning activity in Europlanet. Here you can see the main, the main, let's say, features. It's new activity. It responds to the new needs in planetary science community, more and more data from more and more spacecraft missions, and not only, but also from the lab data, from laboratory data. It's alternative approaches for data analysis, and of course we have machine learning grow community. The community and the machine learning that actually are interested in planetary science grew up significantly in the last decade. So what are the objectives? Very briefly, we want to develop tools, machine learning tools. They will be applied to particular scientific cases, but once we have these scientific cases, these machine learning tools, if a user goes and recognize database or scientific argument, which is very close to the database that, or the scientific case that we perform in this Europlanet machine learning tool repository, this user can go learn the database and go to see the machine learning tool. Once we get the machine learning tool, the user can say, okay, I have the same similar database, so maybe I can use the same machine learning tool and try to understand how this can work. This will be available to everyone, to the users. It's open source, and the people can go and learn how these machine learning tools can be applied for a particular scientific case. If you're a user and you want to have own particular scientific case and you develop your database, even if this is not in the scientific cases presented from the Europlanet, you can go and you can see how these databases are designed. So maybe this can help you, not maybe, this can help you to design your own database in order to use after that the machine learning tools. Okay, so beneficiaries, the people that they joined this initiative, actually, you can see them listed here. All these institutions, they presented their scientific cases, and No Center and Unipassau, University of Germany, and also ACRI-ST, they actually provided also particular help on the development of machine learning tools. The scientific cases, they are actually grouped in three main clusters, what we call it, with respect to the data. One is time series data, and you can see three cases that will be presented in a while. I'll give you the status of these cases. We have what we call it other, but actually this is the spectral data, two other scientific cases, and of course the scientific case of images, because you know in the planetary more and more it's more and more growing the need of the analysis of the images on the planetary. So, and not only that, we can get also all the studies in the, for example, the interaction with solar wind and planetary magnetospheres and so on and so forth. So this is another group. And now here in the tasks, I want to point out only the task 10.2 in detail, because actually this is something that it has been developed, and I think is a really good achievement with this working package. We have machine learning portal with Twitter. We have a GitHub repositories that you can go and check all these scientific cases and the data. We presented this in various workshops, and we're in collaboration with other projects, European projects like Explore, and I'll say a few words in the end of the presentations. So in the next few minutes, actually in the last, I don't know, I think I have like 5 minutes, I'll present you the time series data. I'll present you the status of these scientific cases. Everything that you see in green here is actually stands for a case that it's completed and should be integrated, and most of them actually are integrated in the Explore platform. We have detection of plasma boundary crossings at planetary magnetospheres and solar wind. And you can see here the link that you can get all the repository with the scientific case descriptions with machine learning tools. You can see people involved in this project, and you see the presentation of the papers. So this is for all three cases. So what I want to point out here as well is that all these cases, they're in the same cluster of data, for example, time series data case, but we have different scientific content in all these cases, and this was really added value of the project. So I want to add here that we have another 2 publications that were released recently on these cases. So now we go to the images cases. Here, of course, we have GMAP. I'm sure that you heard a lot for the GMAP during this workshop. GMAP cases also they're presented really well in the machine learning work package as well. So we have the GMAP PIT science case that it's already in the GitHub, and the GMAP Mount science case as well. We have a classification of plasma wave emissions in electromagnetic spectrum, and it's also well, the first pipeline is completed. We're improving now the tutorial, and we have also the PITS case. This is the case of collaboration ACRIST with the University of Kent. So you can see that in the case of images, we have we have actually 1 extra cases that we introduced that it's ready to study the planetary surfaces. We have abundance of asteroids of Earth-like orbits with stereo images, and this is it's in here. You can see it. It's services that actually scientific case that it's in progress. We actually developed, and Andres is working with a student and Apostolos to develop, to complete this case as soon as possible. About the spectral data, we have a messenger Mercury surface classification case that it's completely finished, and actually to be very nice for them. Actually, was the flyby of Mercury was the flyby of Bepi Colombo was on Monday this week. So we are preparing with all this data for all the data that is coming up with the Bepi Colombo mission. And not only, of course, this is something that can be used in any surface of planetary bodies that can be similar to what is described in this particular case. And now we have a spectral analysis of proplanetary minerals interpretation. So this case takes much more time than was expected. This is the case that we delivered now all the database. It's a combination of the lab experiment, because they had some problems with the lab experiment in the beginning, with the facilities to arrive on time, and now we have this database ready. So we integrated this with some data fusion. We get data from the lab database, and we get the database from the lab or laboratory experiment in the ENF in Rome. And now this data we plan to finish it by the end of July. That all these scientific cases, they'll be available to the community for 1 year, and we actually would like to have the feedback and to see how these cases will be used. We have extra cases in progress that were extra than the proposal: Mars dust storm detection, tropical cyclone tracking, and Mars landform detection. So they're going, and I think these are very useful cases for the future, also for the integration of machine learning in planetary science in general. And I want to thank you, Andreas, for this, because Andreas and all center, they took care of this particularly and developed these extra cases within the program. Just last comment, well, a few more highlights. I told you that there is a GitHub repository. You can find all this also on the Explore platform that I've seen in the last slide. We presented everything, all this case in different various workshops. And of course, in most of the conferences, main planetary conferences, we try to be present. This is the status of deliverables. We are actually in a very short, actually, very urgent way. We have to finish the deliverables, but we're in a good health about that. So most of the deliverables that they are actually provided. What is missing is that actually what is scheduled, that we have to derive the demonstration, and this is what we have done also, particularly this workshop in our machine learning session. And in the future, we'll present. We have a dedicated case. We have a dedicated event in October, right now in October, actually in autumn, to present all these scientific cases, to demonstrate them, and to actually to foster the community, to ask the community to use this case, because this is the aim of all these this work done by Europlanet in general. And the last slide is for the Explore platform. So this is really really important for us, because actually based with this another European Union Horizon 2020 project, we can have access to these cases. So practically thanks to the ACRI-ST, we implemented, or we are actually in process of implementing all the scientific cases, all the pipelines, machine learning tool pipelines for from this working package in the Explore, so the people can go connect to Explore. This scientific data applications platform, that once we have the data there, we have it also in the dedicated website of the machine learning tool for Europlanet, but we can have it in Explore. And once you know these applications, you can get most of this data. So this is a way how to disseminate and actually to integrate among different projects to integrate machine learning tools to be available to the community. And I want to say the last steps, integration of tools into Explore platform is what I mentioned. This is actually a summary of what I have already said. We are preparing the tutorials of the machine learning pipelines, and we'll have the demonstration. The bottom line, actually the important message here, the take-home message is that all this will be available for 1 year by the end of the project, and everyone can accept this machine learning tools and actually to give feedback to improve them if something is missing. And last but not least, extremely important, you know, VESPA is a really important part of the Europlanet project over the years. We want to integrate all this, what we obtained, all this, not only analysis of the data and the databases, because you can have the databases like a data services in VESPA, but you can have a machine learning tool also to get more from this database, and it will be integrated in VESPA. With this, I finished, and thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Stavro. Do we have any questions from people online?
Yes. There's one comment just to say that the GMAP science case is complete and deployed.
Okay, I think we've heard that. The GMAP case is complete and already deployed. So
yes, I didn't mention it. And not only that, but also Sahib provided 2 papers on deep active learning with concept drift for detection of Mercury's bow shock and magnetopause crossing is one of them. And yet I have here listed the knowledge distillation with segment anything SAM, which is called the SAM model for planetary geological mapping. So thank you very much to Sahib, to all the people that are involved in this project. We produce also scientific paper based on the technological application like machine learning too, because this was more about that. So I want to thank to all the collaboration beneficiaries to get most of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stavro. I don't think we have any other questions in the room. Nope. Again, just to emphasize, this was brought into the project like GMAP, and I think we have generated why we had that debate at the beginning whether we should do it. I think we have proven why we should have done it, and it's great to see it come through to fruition. Another thing that we were first in, we did it. So thanks very much. All right, Nita, do you want to say anything?
I do. I just want to get people prepared before we get into finances and voting, that we're going to do the votes through the Hoover app. So please, can you make sure that you have your phone or your laptop or whatever you had your Hoover app on open, so that we can go to the session, and there you will find some polls. So don't vote yet. Well, you can vote if you want, but well, we can figure it out. But yeah, if you can get the Hoover app ready and primed.
Yeah, Gareth is not voting 3 times because he wants to cheat the system. He's got 2 proxy votes, just in case you were worried. Does anybody else have any proxy? Has anybody else been asked to do a proxy vote? Anyone online been asked to do a proxy vote? No. Okay. So
there are 2 ways of finding the polls on the main the homepage of the app, there's a bit that says polls, and there are 2 polls, and these are the polls that you want. Or you can navigate to the session, and the polls are associated with that as well. Okay.
All right. Well, before we get to that key moment of voting, we're going to have to explain to you why you're voting. Now, this is the budget. Okay, and Sophia is going to walk us through the budget, and then I will do Susmita's presentation on the reasons of why we're doing grant changes and everything else, and then we vote. Right, okay. Excitement. Right, so are you ready, Sophia? Sophia will give you the budget. Sophia will give you the budget.
Sorry, Sophia, just for a second. All right. You can either use the keypad or this one. So you can just use the next slide back if that's easier. If you want to move
Okay,
on.
I can use this.
Yeah.
Too. Okay, financial periodic report 2, August 2021 to January 2023. Oh, sorry, okay, so I'm Sofia Kichinova. I'm the finance officer, and I'm going to talk about financial periodic report 2, which is for a period August 2021 to January 2023. I appreciate most of you have heard this before, but it's no harm to repeat it again. So end of reporting period was 31st of January 2023, and I'm going to talk about numbers for both reporting periods, which is RP1, which is the first 18 months of the project, and RP2, which is the second 18 months of the project. We received maximum EU contribution for Europlanet, which was 10 million euros. In reporting period 1, we have reported 2.4 million euros. This includes an overspend, it was a cost declared, but not claimed. In reporting period 2, which is month 19 to 36, the spend reported was 4.5 million. Again, this includes overspend not claimed, and this is 45% of total budget. The total cost for both reporting periods was nearly 6.5 million euros claimed from the total budget. The 4% difference is the overspend reported but not claimed, which is the in-kind contributions from few beneficiaries, which I will mention later on in the presentation. Obviously, reporting period 2 figures are still subject to approval from the Commission, so we are still waiting. We had a few questions we had to ask, so the report is back with us, but we'll be submitting it again quite soon. So I split the cost reported into 3 different cost bands. Cost band A is a report from beneficiaries whose spend is over 75% of their total budget. Their total budget is their current budget, which is the version 4 budget, which is a budget we've got since January this year after the grant amendment. Category B is our beneficiaries whose report is between 55% to 74%. And category C is our beneficiaries whose spend was less than 55% of their current budget. So this is just to list the beneficiaries in category A, where their spend was over 75% of their total budget. It might stick out that, for example, Mattis has spent 134% of their total budget, and this is because it's Mattis is one of the TA facilities, and the budget in there is we still use the budget which we currently have, but this will be changing in September, where we will take into consideration all the visits which were awarded and spend reported, and we will do. I don't want to say amendment. We will do deviations where we reallocate, reapportion the budget. Also, the reason why some beneficiaries might appear in this cost category is because they certain work packages ended in January, so there might be that there obviously all the costs in that work package should have been reported. There might be still some commitments and costs we might see in the next financial report, which we will be requesting in July, end of July, beginning of August. More or less, work package 4 should have been completed in end of January. Cost category B is more or less in line where we should be in terms of spend. If a linear spend is applied across the project, and work package C is there are beneficiaries whose cost reported was less than 55%. Again, various reasons, and also that there might could be also some of the facilities where the TA visits were awarded, less popular facilities where there were not that many TA visits awarded, so that could contribute to the sort of a lower cost reported. This is just a breakdown per work package. I think from here you can see again work package 4 where the cost reported across the two work packages is 85%. And that is because of the end of the work package. More or less all the other work packages are in category B. Where we sort of should be based on the linear spend across the project. This is just to explain the in-kind contributions, or in other words, the overspend reported but not claimed. In CNRS, in work package 6, there was 230,000 euros cost incurred to the beneficiaries, which they didn't claim. UPS, which is CNRS sub-grantee, again over 31,000, and this again work package 6, 31,000 euros of personnel cost, which was not claimed but reported. Ops Paris, about work package 6, and about 90,000 euros in personnel costs. University of Kent, we had work package 1, 67,000 euros in personnel cost, which we have not claimed. Jacobs Uni, this is a split between work package 8, 9, and there is 11,000 euros in work package 8 and 7,000 euros in work package 9. LTU work package 4, small overspend of 7,000, also overspend but not claimed, in 7,000 euros. Isotope take work package 4 at 362 euros. ISB Bira 2,000 euros. Acri-ST, there was also a contribution of around 8,000 euros. The total is 464,000, which creates the 4% variance of what seems like is being claimed but will not be paid to the beneficiaries. Only maximum budget in work package can be reimbursed unless agreed with the project management team. Exceptions are TA facilities where, as I mentioned, the budget is allocated based on the visits awarded. a finance timeline. Currently we are completing, or we are at the end of reporting period 2. Financial report being completed, and so we will be asking for, although it's only finishing now, we are nearly 5 months into a reporting period 3, and so end of July, beginning of August, we will ask for another financial report for the past 6 months from February until the end of July. We ask all beneficiaries, please do submit this report within the deadline we'll give you. The reason being is we will be doing a quite large budget review where we look at underspend, overspend, how we reallocate the remaining budget. Next financial report we will start asking for it in December, and will be due in January 2024. I appreciate this is less than 6 months. The reason being is, again, we will be reviewing as we are approaching the end of the project. We'll need to know where we are at, and so the earlier report will help us to manage the budget and see where the funds need to be moved to. May is the cutoff for expenses, so there shouldn't be any further expenses going through the project after the May. There could be a commitment which is committed at the end of May, and then there might be a month or so time difference while you are waiting for the invoice, but everything has to be committed, everything has to be on the ledger before the end of May. And then in July 2024, there is a final financial report, and this will be for months 37 to 54, and so we'll be collecting that after the end of July, and then Smita and myself will be going through it and submitting the report at the end of September 2024. Just a few comments on and feedback on the suspension of payment we received from the Commission. There was a PR questionnaire issue. Part of this issue was that throughout the project we changed the unit cost. Previously we had unit cost could have been 5 days, 10 days, it varied. We changed a unit cost to 1 unit, 1 day, and the finance officer is questioning this with some beneficiaries, so we will be explaining that. Another reason is the pre and post days being claimed, which there is currently no way of reporting this in a portal, so we are also in a discussion with our project officer how we're going to deal with this. Reporting period 1 adjustment justification will be added to the deviation report. That this was also one of the questions they had. Where the cost was not foreseen in Annex 1, I think there was one instance where we needed to include a justification, which was omitted, and there was also a request for additional information on other goods and services reported and travel. For the travel, and we were collecting these, but I think we must have missed it a couple of cases. We need a visit, we need a breakdown of travel and other goods and services. So we need to know in the portal when you're submitting your report, what visit does that travel relate to, or a description of what are the goods and services used for. It needs to have that sort of explanation. Okay, just to summarize, reporting on overspend, deviation explanation will be requested as grant amendment, or grant, more or less deviation, the way it's going, where but if there is an amendment required, that would be the case. But I think the way it's going, we'll be asking for deviation explanation. All institutions, we mentioned this several times, but all institutions with budget over 325,000 euro will be audited, but there might be also a case of randomly selected institutions which might be audited. With the next financial report, we'll ask beneficiaries. Sorry.
Go on.
Yeah. Okay. We will be asking.
Nigel present meeting.
Yeah. But I can't vote otherwise.
Well, you don't have to be in the live stream.
No, I'm not in the live stream now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll carry on.
I'm out. No, I'm not. Oh, well, I should be.
Okay. We are back out of the cave. So yeah, with the next financial report, we'll ask all beneficiaries to submit also an Excel report, which's got more details, which we need, more details than you actually need for the portal submission, but we need that kind of details for our information. Last 12 months of the project, we might need to move budget between beneficiaries, as I mentioned, to where it's required, and therefore we ask for a prompt assistance from beneficiaries with financial report to manage the project finances, especially now getting closer to the end of the project. It is very important so we can manage the funds appropriately. For facilities with pre and post visit budget, please claim pre and post cost as actual, not unit cost, and only claim if you have had a TNA sheet amendment, which was in grant amendment in December 2022. So if you have not had pre and post visits amendment at the time, you won't be able to claim for these days, so you're probably going to have to claim on a full unit cost, or it will be a case of what we agree how you're going to claim that cost. Virtual cost should not exceed cost of 1,500 euros per visit, and please ensure virtual cost is for a visit, this is probably more pre-COVID times where the visit would happen virtually, so there might have been like a personal cost which would be higher than usual, and so we decided the virtual cost can be also claimed for. Okay, please ensure that travel is booked in advance to avoid expensive last-minute bookings, especially now when the travel has gone significantly up, and what we need to make sure that we buy or that we book as economically as we can. Flights should be booked exclusively for Europlanet actions with no stopovers for other engagements. So if you are traveling on 2 business trips, one of them is Europlanet, you won't be able to claim the stopover, and so it will be essentially 2 flights, but only 1 flight to get you to Europlanet can be claimed to Europlanet event. Person traveling should ensure that that they've got a travel insurance in place. So we did come across people traveling without having travel insurance. So it will be good to check, but it is a responsibility of the person traveling to make sure that they've got an insurance. Reporting period 3 is not cumulative spend. The report we will be requesting is not cumulative spend for all 3 reporting periods. It will be only the reporting period 3 figures, which is from February 2022 onwards. And also we request, if when you are submitting your financial report, and as it's illustrated in the table, we ask for people to give us the TA number, then a travel cost which incurred in relation to the visit, and the cost of infrastructure, which would be either a unit cost or actual cost. But we need that sort of level of information, and also this kind of level of information also needs to be reported on portal. So we need to know how much a visit costs, including travel, including everything which relates to that particular visit. And just to say, as I already mentioned in my slides, is that the next reporting period will be end of July, and so we will be asking for next financial report in August, or start in the end of July, and obviously we'll wait till August till you'll have all your figures ready. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you. We think that might be the case, so we might start asking a bit earlier, but
we have a question online.
Hello, this is René from Matis. Just to clarify for the next financial report in August, because that is just the time when a lot of the visits now happening for us. So we are only claiming then those who are completely finalized, completely meaning where we have paid everything, where we have received the reports and so on, not ongoing ones.
So if the visit already happened and you completed the visit, then you have to have all the paperwork in place. So but I appreciate there might be some trouble where people take much longer to claim also. So you can claim for that visit if all the paperwork is in place. Then you can claim for that visit and then claim for the travel whenever you receive the claim from the visitor. Obviously,
okay, so splitting the let's say the visit, claiming the unit costs in the next financial reporting, and claiming for the same one the travel then later on.
Sophia, I think that's really dangerous to split. I think I would say, René, you're right. I would do it your way. Then everything is clear, everything is finished, and like in my presentation, I only quoted if the project was finished and all the finances in. I think it's much easier to manage it that way.
Agree. Okay.
I think we had that in Greenland or Iceland, didn't we, John? That you didn't do the split. You put it all when it was finished in the second half. Nodding. I'm nodding. Yes. Yes. Okay. Hope that's clear, René.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't leave things to the last minute, as Gareth is saying, because last minute becomes very last minute. Gareth just saying there, things will go wrong, there will be delays. Finance people are not always the fastest. It's not just our university. And Gareth and everybody else. Right. Okay, it's getting also an exciting time to vote.
All right, good to
I
go.
managed to get into the Hoover to do it. I can vote. Okay, so grant deviations, periodic report, period 2. This was going to be given by Susmita, but I will try to endeavour to cover it. Okay, can we see the slides on the screen? Okay, right, okay. So grant amendment 3, when the data grant amendment was submitted in April 22, it was delayed by the project officer and the EC. We finally resubmitted it in December 22 with changes from the council meeting in Granada. It was finally approved in January. So you can see how long it took to get the grant amendment through. Now, in principle, we therefore shouldn't have done any of the things we were going to do in that period until we got the grant amendment approved. But then we wouldn't be able to do anything, we'd be far behind. Okay, so instead, the Commission have now required that because that took so long, that there will be no further amendments. Instead, all adjustments have to be listed as deviations. And as I said earlier, this is slightly advantageous because we don't have to go through the whole process of getting a grant amendment. But many of the institutions get nervous about that because a deviation, when we write the final report and we submit a reporting period 3, or even we submit at the end of the project, if that is not a grant amendment, then, and therefore has the power of saying this was all being approved by the Commission, the Commission or the auditor could at the last moment say, yeah, we didn't really want you to do that, so we're not paying for it. So what we've been trying to do instead is get approval in principle for all the changes that are required. We think perhaps the EC may wish to do an amendment for some changes, particularly for the TAs, because they're so complicated. I think after last week, I don't think Yanis is going to be terribly keen to do grant amendment with his other workload. But in the TAs, we do have to retain a spend. We have to show at the end that TA activities were 50% or more of the project. That includes the overhead. So our key spend is restricted. We do have to actually make sure we can't draw down money for other activities. And so those core activities of the TAs, they are SPIDER, they are VESPA, they are GMAP, and the telescope network, because they're the services, if you like, that we are providing to the community. Okay, so what deviations do we need to do? Well, the first deviation is related to the Work Package 1 management. The project has been extended by 6 months, and therefore we have to run the project for 6 months. So they gave us an extension, and of course it is a no-cost extension, i.e. we have to find the money from within the program to run it for the last 6 months. It's actually a bit worse than that, because although we finished the project over 6 months, we then have 2 months to write the report. And I cannot write a 100-odd page report on my own, and I don't think work package leaders would want to do either. So we have to make sure that Sophia and Susmita are around to help us. So we've costed it, and it means that to the end, September the 30th, which is when we will submit the final report, we will need about 100,000. So that's what we've got to find. Now, the way we're going to do that is look around and hunt for things which we haven't spent and try and bring that in, particularly in the Work Package 1 possible. And we've looked at discussions with the ESF and with the OU. But we haven't finished those numbers yet. We're still crunching through those numbers and we're still having those discussions. So we will table that for a vote in September. It will be an online vote of council. If you don't vote yes at that stage, I don't know what I do, because we don't have anybody to finish the report for the last few months. But that's typical of what we've got to do. So I'll warn you, we're not voting on that today, but that's what we're trying to find. 100,000 out of 10 million we have to find to do that. The second, Work Package 2, which is the field sites and the TA program, as you have seen and it's been said, it is only now we've got Call 3 outcome that we have to now match up where the TA visits are with the budget to fund those TA visits. So we have to move money around from some facilities that haven't had the TA visits they expected or they were estimated, to those facilities that have. And as I say, it's difficult because we have gone for the principle, and it's absolutely right, that that we fund the best science and we have an independent review body. So when we start off by giving equality of funding and rough access, that was never going to work. So we now have to do this kind of moving around. Also, as has been said, travel costs post-pandemic have risen, particularly outside Europe, so to Argentina and Iceland and Greenland, Africa particularly, Botswana. airfares and so on have increased. So what we set at the beginning was a kind of estimate of a travel budget is no longer for flights and so on. They have been exceeded. Within Europe, particularly if you're in the UK, but other countries, we still have, fortunately, the cheaper airlines, Wizz, Ryanair, EasyJet, and you can get bargains on those. You can get budgets. For example, when Susmita was looking at exploring going back, there are actually flights here this week from Bratislava to London for £20. But only, that's unusual, book early, book cheap. We have, in reporting period 1, a saving of about 95,000, including overhead from the forecast. That is because some of those early visits in those reporting periods 1 and 2, those TA visits took place remotely, virtually, and therefore some of that travel money was not used because people couldn't travel. Now we have to reconcile the overall TA budget for the periods there, and as Gareth has said, we have a lot of projects still outstanding. We've got about 110 of the 204 that we expect. So we still got about 94 visits to happen. And this is why Sophia has been stressing about the reporting periods. The financial reports at the end of August this year and in 6 months after that, because we will still be trying to reconcile that budget as people report the TA visits being held. So that we can adjust the money by deviations to make sure it follows the people doing it. I don't know how many of those visits might get cancelled. We don't know. We're anticipating, Gareth is anticipating that there are a few that will get cancelled. But that's also why we have to have the final. Everything has to be wrapped up. All reports, everything has to be done by the end of July. But it means we really no more costs can be incurred after May. And again, we will ask for your reports at the end of August. We know that your finance people will be away on holiday. So in September, when you come back and we get those numbers, we will have this online vote. And at that stage, we will ask you to approve the money moving around to redistribute. But that still may not be quite enough. We are still anticipating, depending on when these TA visits are held, that there may still be some more adjustments. And so we may be doing the process again in January or February. We could have taken the safety approach to just said, well, we'll give the Commission back 100, 130, 150,000 euros. But that's kind of against Gareth and I religion to give money back, right? You know, we've worked hard to get it. We're going to spend it one way or another. Okay, I don't think I need to go into this in great detail. It just shows that you can, some of the people that have had more success, Mattis particularly, very popular in Iceland. And now that people can travel and go to it, you can see there that the approved number of visits for the scientific excellence was very high. So we need to do that. And we need to look at this. And you can see some already in the negative. So that's the kind of thing that we've got to do. You can see here Aarhus, DLR, I think a Tomke you will find down there, very popular, etc. So that's the sort of numbers that we're juggling with. Okay, I won't go into all the details, but as I say, you just gives you a thing. Some are not. We're taking some money from some to give to the others, basically. Work package 4, that's the JRAs of the TAs. That finished in January, so that's wrapped up. There's no more spend in that. It's all done. What we found was that we actually asked for a 12-month extension on that. Because a lot of the work couldn't be done during the pandemic. People couldn't travel, people couldn't go and work with each other. Some people couldn't access their labs to actually do any of the JRA work. So we asked for and got approved in one of the previous grant amendments an extension of 12 months. And we got a little bit more money played around with at that stage. At the end, our estimate of needing 336,000, well, it didn't come in as much as that. People actually could do it for less. So we have a 80,000 underspend on that, and that money will immediately be taken over to fund TA visits for shortcomings already. So we've already got a little bit of cash there. Now, again, we plan to, we're not going to take a vote on that now. We could have had a vote and just say, let's take that 80 and go to the TAs, but that we still need to explain to you which users get it, and we'll do that again in September. So you won't be voting on that today. In WP6, the VESPA. Now, again, VESPA had a budget for organizing workshops, etc., and couldn't organize some of those, again, due to the pandemic and other reasons. So there was an 18,000 budget that had been set aside for the workshop, which couldn't be organized. So you'll be glad to know that we have put that towards the travel bursaries for you to come here, only for travel. So no subsistence apart from EPIC. And so it was capped at this 250 for that. So this is part of the money that was done there, but we don't need a vote on that. WP11, NA1. One of the votes coming up. Okay, we'll come to that in a minute. Okay, we'll do the vote. WP11, ERIM. Now, most of this, as Anita said, most of the money for organizing this meeting came, a lot of this money came out from the NA1, which is incredibly complex, and we've got lots of money going in lots of different pots. So we asked him whether a lot of these workshops and meetings, which are in an NA1 package, could all be consolidated here under the ERIM umbrella. And not as a grant amendment, but some of the partners wanted, finance people wanted some approval for that. So we talked to him last week, and we got Yanis to write us this email. Regarding ERIM, I repeat my approval on the consolidation of a number of workshops in the ERIM and the necessary budget shifts this entails. I was made aware in some detail of the budget shifts. It looks acceptable in principle. See below about WP12. Please be aware, but these will be checked again for completeness by the financial officer and the financial verifier at the end of the project, and the properly eligible costs will be improved. So typical administrators hedging. Yes, I give you approval. Yes, it's likely to happen 90% of the time, but there's 10% chance that our auditor or somebody might find something that you've done wrong, and therefore I won't approve something. I think we've approved everything here. I'm afraid that's why you didn't get the champagne and caviar, because that would be maybe a little bit excessive. But as you saw last night, you can have an extremely good meal for not a lot. So that meal last night, which most people left before dessert arrived, because they couldn't take any more, it cost 25 euros each, as far as I can work it out, with all the alcohol. So I think we got a good bargain there. So thank you again, Sophia. The detailed budgets are in negotiation with BSSL and ELIST, IWF and Vigna, University of Kent and ESF. So the full vote with detailed budgets will be tabled for the vote in September. But what we're asking you to do today is to approve these changes in principle. And that's what, yeah, do you want to go?
Nigel, just one thing. The Polis in Hoover, can you please, we set it up so that you can do it with your name, but there is a box that says, I can do it anonymously. Please, can you not do it anonymously? I can't speak. Can you please not tick the box about anonymously, because we need to tie it to your institution so that you've got a vote. So if you have voted anonymously, and some people have, can they please do it again?
So
there should be one vote per institution.
Yeah.
There should be one vote per institution. This is why it's important that you don't vote anonymously, so that we can check who has voted on behalf of which institution, and that we don't have extra. The ones that have already been done that are anonymous, we will discard. I don't know.
Right, so just going to read you the motion. Budgets from BSSL, ELIST, IWF, Vigna and the University of Kent will be consolidated to cover the cost of the hotel in the venue, the live streaming and the conference services. We are asking you to vote in favour of that. You have the poll, I approve, I do not approve, or I abstain. Underneath the submit button is I want to submit my response anonymously. Please do not tick it.
It's not possible to vote twice. So the people that have voted anonymously. Well, can we find out who are you? So Andrea, Joanna, okay. If anyone online voted anonymously, can you let us know who you are? I'm not sure whether
Stéphane.
Stéphane Erard. Okay. There's two hands up. What have we got to say?
Where do we vote exactly? Because there is nothing in the application.
Yes, I voted for you.
So Stéphane, are you looking at the mobile app or are you looking at the website, the web app?
Yeah, the website.
The website on the sorry everybody, on the left hand side there's on the menu it says resources. If you click on that, there are it says polls, and there's polls.
Two polls.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there is nothing in it.
Yes, there is.
The resources.
No, I don't see resources. I'm in sessions.
Okay. Go back to the home page.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. Yes, I'm there.
What? Oh, okay.
Okay, resources and then polls. Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. I can see it. This is weird.
Yeah. you found it.
Yeah, I found it. But the design is funny.
Well, what?
Hello. Okay. Hi, Stavro. I've just seen your message in the chat. If you can vote through Hoover, that would be preferable to you doing it in the chat. If I'm reading that right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you could do it in Hoover, that would be ideal, so that all the results are in one place. Super. Okay. Yeah.
Gareth, how are you going to do your proxy votes?
Can I, for those online, could you just put in the chat, are you able to hear me at the moment? Yeah? Okay, super. All right, great.
It's democracy, it's hard.
Okay, great. So on your phone, Stavro, probably the easiest thing to do, if you're on mobile, is actually just, you don't even need to go into the session, just on the home screen of Hoover, you'll scroll down and there will be a poll section, and then there will be two poll questions labeled council meeting, and you can vote on that. Otherwise, if you're on the web app, it's under resources and then polls.
Okay, thank you.
There are two votes. We're doing the first one. The second, this is the motion. Budgets from BSSL, ILIST, IWF, Figno, and University Kent will be consolidated. That's the first vote we're doing.
Okay. So just for Angelo and Stavro, just to clarify, it's better if you can vote in Hoover than voting in the chat, if you don't mind, so that all of the results are consolidated in one place. Thanks.
Point of information, please.
Please, yep.
Hi, Nigel. Do we have an opportunity to ask questions or discuss this motion first?
Of course.
All right. So one question that came up, so this is Nick Cox, ACRIST speaking, is the partners that you listed there, have they agreed with this motion already, or is this something you have not discussed with them?
Everything has been discussed with the partners, yes.
Anita will say yes. I mean, to get a microphone, yes, everything has been discussed with all these partners.
All right. Thank you.
We wouldn't do it otherwise. Anita, do you want to?
I think we should say that.
You need a microphone.
I would say that everybody has been informed that we are going to do this and that this would be this was the proposal. I think there's one that's not necessarily completely happy about it, but we.
So they didn't all fully agree to have their money spent elsewhere.
Well,
right?
it's
not their money.
It's not their money.
Can we make that very clear? I think this is actually a very important point. People think that once they've been given an allocation, it's their money. That's not the case. It's still the research infrastructure's money, and things can move. As I say, it's like saying the TAs. They don't keep that money unless they have visits. And it's the same in other ones. If some of the activities aren't able to be held or they can't do the work for whatever reason, they can't reallocate it to something else and say, oh, that budget's, I've been given that budget. That's the whole principle of how research infrastructure works. That's why we are asking for money to be moved around when we've identified areas where activities haven't, for whatever reason, been able to happen. And that's particularly important to say for the TAs. The TA says, oh, I've got X thousand. No, you haven't, because if nobody goes to your facility, you can't make a claim.
Okay, I think that's an important clarification, Nigel. Thank you.
Yeah.
Angelo, just to answer your question in the chat.
Yeah.
So if you're on a mobile, are you able to access the Hoover app? Because under the Hoover app, probably the easiest way to vote is to go into the home screen and then polls.
I'm sorry. Around. How many votes do we need? Sophia, how many for a quorum? What's the proportion, Nigel? Is that
50% plus one?
So we've got, yeah.
How many have we got so far? 34. Well, we've got 34 votes, but I don't know what the split is.
I also want to be clear that aside the only actual thing that really needed a vote on was the Austrian Academy of Sciences, the IWF, because they were moving either from
this is the next one,
either from work packages or it was movement between work packages. Actually, we checked within the descriptions of what is in table 3.4b of the grant description, grant amendment, not grant amendment, the grant agreement. All of what we have said we were going to do is covered within for ERIM is covered within those budgets that we'd already identified in any case. It's already covered to run these kind of workshops. That was what was in the budget. So, yeah. Yes. Yes, I can download and I can see who's voted, and we can double check, and I will share that with Sophia and the management.
Well, before you do that, maybe you'd like to do the second vote.
Yes.
So,
I think most people have been voting.
Okay, well, I'll just go through the second vote. So we've already mentioned it. The NA2, as Anita said, IWF, the transfer of 25,000 towards the travel bursaries. This is for EPIC, travel and subsistence, up to 250. We have approximately 28 in person awaiting expenses, which is a maximum of 7,000. For non-APEC travel only up to set 250. And again, you see here the PO approval in principle.
Sorry, you're not sharing slide.
Oh, I don't know how to get back to slide.
There we go.
Yeah. So this is for the NA2. And again, it's using the money from the telescope network to do this. And you can see the caveat down there about the funds from WP12 directed to ERIM. I hesitated a little to give approval as these funds were intended to fund access to telescope facilities, which is a core activity. I hereby approve, but I would never like to see justification of why the underspent funds of 12.4 remained and why they were better used in ERIM. This is again going back to the point that we are expected to have our core activities at 50% plus. Nita, do you want to?
Well, I just want to say that, I mean, we have discussed this extensively with Gunther and the Austrian Academy of Sciences. He, as work package leader for NA2, was of the opinion that that money wouldn't get spent if it was left within NA2. And he is very happy that this transfer takes place. He suggested that this transfer takes place. So, and Gunther, if you want to speak for yourself, then you are very welcome to. But his administrator wanted this vote to take place just to give that extra endorsement.
Can I speak directly right now?
Yep, yeah, online. You can speak directly.
Yes,
Everybody hears you.
So yes, after looking at the progress of proposals and the costs for telescopes, we found out two things. First, the beginning of the pandemic, of course, delayed the number of possible proposals. And secondly, a lot more of the proposals now asking for remote observations, which is less costly than sending persons over there. And therefore, we concluded that about this amount of money will be left over and will not be spent any which way. And therefore, it will have to be given back. And that's something we don't want to do, right?
No. Okay, thank you, Günther.
And that's why we ask for the transfer. But of course, my host organization, the Austrian Academy, was a bit cautious for good reason. As we see, even the project officer has some reservations about that. Because a direct change of funds from a core activity to something which wasn't there before.
But we have finally got approval. And indeed, I think the network activities here this week, during this week, there's been an awful lot of activity in the networking groups, which I think is incredibly beneficial. So we can argue that the workshops and so on the telescope activity here have been well merited, and we'll be able to write a strong report. So I think that will be okay. Okay, I hope everybody else has voted. We'll come to that. Nita's working away. Just to go on to that, at the moment, for grant deviations in 2023, there are no changes for work packages 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. The GMAP and the machine learning are ending in July. So we will get the financial reports from them, and we will scrutinize them. We have to make sure that the money has been used for what it is, and there hasn't been any attempts to spend the money because they got it left. And if there was money left over from either of those in the same way as the work package 4, the JRAs had money left over, we will then have the opportunity to decide how we reuse that. None of these will be done by grant amendment. If there are any future deviations, any changes you would like us to put to the project officer, you need to tell us. But he doesn't want any. He's got a lot of other work to do, including reviewing our new proposal, the space side proposal. And basically, unless we've got a strong justification and we give him lots of warning, he's not going to do it. So if you haven't raised it this week, if you haven't told us this week, we don't expect you to voice any more. So we're trying to keep him sweet.
Can I just ask something, Nigel?
Yes.
Is a DLR still online? Because I want to be sure that the DLR are not making any. Are you making any retrospective claims for the JRA budget? Because now it's finished and closed. I want to be sure that there are no invoices that you sent before the deadline that you're going to put in. So maybe if you can look into that and send Sophia a note if there's anything that's going to come that we're not expecting, because we don't want to reallocate.
I'm forwarding that to Alessandro. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't want you to send a bill for 20,000 euros when we've already reallocated that money. That's just one thing to check.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jorn.
Yeah.
Okay. So on the reporting period 2, as Sophia reported, we asked for a delayed submission because we were doing the space side proposal. So we submitted the delayed submission was to May the 17th instead of the end of April, which means it was late. We've now got the feedback and we're answering the questions. We will probably have to chase up some of you. I think probably Sophia has asked most of you this week if there is anything. We had the interim review held on June the 14th, and as I said, some of the questions, it's mainly related to the TAs because of these pre and post days and the fact that the portal doesn't do what we want, or what the Commission wants really as well. And we are expecting the report, the final report from that June the 14th. It's supposed to be in maybe next week. They may raise some comments on the spend in reporting period 2. But as I say, we think we know what they wanted because we had the meeting on the 14th. But of course, they might just drop something in during their report. We don't know. As I say, overall, well, Susmita's being perhaps even a little bit cautious. Overall, they were very happy with our progress. I think actually they were very happy in general. We are answering their financial questions. Sophia is dealing with that. They asked us not to submit anything until they sent this report, and we were happy to agree that because we were also coming here, and anything that we've discussed here, which Sophia and Susmita have picked up, they will add. But it does mean that it won't go in until middle of July, and then they may not actually approve the report for a while because they'll all be on holiday. So, okay. Just the points that they raised, they obviously were chasing sustainability. They wanted to know in particular who our users are. Some of the virtual activities, they saw numbers, but they wanted some further details. And critical, we got told off in reporting period 1 for people not acknowledging the project correctly. They looked at some of the publications, and some of the publications which we put in the portal hadn't acknowledged the project, therefore they don't think they're relevant, and they won't count them. So it's really important when you acknowledge the project on this. Now, CETEC, which is a smaller research infrastructure, has already beaten us with the number of publications in the project. They do that because essentially all the groups participating, when they write a paper, acknowledge that they're part of CETEC, regardless of whether that particular project laid into CETEC stuff. The Commission won't like that either, okay? Because they'll think that's inflating the process. But if you write an abstract, if you go to a conference and you put the abstract down and then you believe that you have some relevance to that, please, 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 make sure that you put the acknowledgement. During this week, I also was asked, and it came up also in the CETEC meeting, if PhD students and master students are working on things which are related to, and you report these things as things that you can do in the JRA, we need that information as well. So that's another area of which other people are asking for. So that's another area. We always said at the beginning, anybody working on the project, we need to know who they are, and then we need to know other details. We need to know their gender. We need to know where they come from, because this is people who have been involved in the project. So don't forget, if you've got PhD students, of course they should be recognizing the project if they're publishing papers on it, but also if you've got master students or something, maybe they don't end up with a publication, but they may have contributed to the project. So we do need that kind of information as well. Reporting period 3 is due the final. The reporting period 3, we will end up in the final report of the whole project is September the 30th. We have 60 days after the end of the project to the end of July. As I said, the fine line of the finance project, Sophia has gone through that. The final draft will need to be in the portal, you're saying, on the 6th of September, because we'll need to adjust to and fit that in. We always know that people leave it to the last minute. We can't afford to do that next time around. We don't have any. There's no post-project. We can't do it. So please stress on your administrators when they come back from holiday. Tell them before they go on holiday in August that when they come back, this year and next year, they're going to be expected to get in reports. We are anticipating that the project finishes in July, that Sophia, Callum, and Susmita have been banned from having holiday in August 2024. They've had to tell their children that they won't see them and partners, because in August 2024, provided you pay them, they will be working to get the report together to circulate it at the beginning of September. We will then have a council meeting in the Berlin EPSC so that you can ratify that report. As again, it's a requirement of council that before we submit the final report, that all the beneficiaries agree with what we write in it. Okay, so we will do that in Berlin. We can't pay for you to come to Berlin, okay, because it's outside the period. Okay, so we can't pay any costs for the Berlin. Okay, because that's outside the period. I think that's why it isn't severe. Yeah, we can't do any of that. So we do want to see you in Berlin. You would need to be there as council. We will also, of course, try and do it a hybrid online, but we really would like you there. And I'm sure you all want to go to Berlin EPSC anyway. We will organize the council meeting there. But we want all the details a week before, because we've got to write the report and collect all the information so we can give it to you to approve it. And it will be a vote to approve it then. So this is the timeline, and if you can see that, this is the kind of Gantt chart that's been shown. I think it's been shown a few times. It will circulate it round. It tells you this countdown to the end of the project. I've got to finish again by saying what I said before. I hope you've seen today, by the amount of the work and the activities, I think it's been a very successful project. And each one of these we do, I kind of get more and more amazed by what we produce. I think we've done an excellent job. I think the reviewer and the project officer saw that last week as well. But and everybody requires a huge amount of thanks and work for doing that. And I think we've seen today also that that's led to this Europlanet community and this family, which we seem to be growing. And I really feel after this week, as I say, stress again, that this week was all about scoping for the future. But I think from what we've heard this week, we do have a very strong future, regardless of any particular grant outcomes. In fact, we've almost got too many ideas for this week. The arising from this meeting and to be reported will be 2 documents. There will be what we call the roadmap and also a business plan. And I'll get Anita just to say a couple of words before we finish on that, about that and what we're going to do. The space side proposal, if it is, we will get the result probably within a month before the commissioners go on their long-term holiday. Let us hope that it is funded. I do think it's an incredibly good proposal. I do think it's actually the best one we've written, to be honest, even though we had the constraints. And I know that for many of the other networks who were with us yesterday, they are equally enthusiastic and hope we get it. If we have that champagne moment, that will be brilliant, but there will be an enormous, oh my God, how are we going to do this moment from the people in the office. Because although it would be sensible, and every single network involved in the project thinks it would be sensible for this project to begin in 2025, when all the KETEC and the ORC project have finished, the problem is the money for this call is in the EC budget 23-24. So it is highly unlikely that we will be allowed to start the project in 2025, because that will mess up the EC's finances. Which means that we probably, if successful, would have to start the project in, say, October 2024, just as we're finishing the report on this project. Now, for us, Europlanet, great. We finish one in July, we start the next in August. Everybody's happy? No, because the team is going to be under a lot of pressure, and all the paperwork, if you remember how much paperwork you have to do to get the grant agreement in, would have to be done during the current period. However, that will be a very nice problem to have. So if we are successful, it will be a lot of work, and I'm sure that the coordinating institute, which is the ESF, will love to tackle that challenge, won't you, Jonah? So that is just the thing. So when we meet in the votes in September, we will know the result. So we will either be saying, yes, we're going to plan all this, or, okay, all those ideas that we had about making sure we got the sustainability here at ERIM, we better start getting on with them. The final piece of news, final bits of news. One final piece of news is the meeting yesterday, the network of networks. Every single network that was present was supportive of the idea of creating a network of networks and working together. The ORP project, which actually has to report to the Commission future ways of working in the space sector, has actually said, we better get on with it, because we want you to have this in place for September, because that's when we're going to be talking to the Commission. And by the way, can we have a nice meeting in the BRO offices in Brussels? So I was really pleased to get that on board. It's quite a different prospect than we were talking about a year ago. I think people have worked it. The final thing is some really nice news that we've heard today, is that the names of asteroids, periodically asteroids get named after people. So Anita, you have one, yeah? Some other people in the room have one. Olivia, you have one, yeah? You have an asteroid named after you. Yeah. Well, today, 3 more people at least have had, I don't know the full list, but we've heard today. Some of you remember Rutu, who worked at DLR, who was an early career. She's had one named after her today. So what a great story. You know, an early career researcher did a PhD, and now she's working in the States, and she's had one. And my 2 colleagues at the University of Kent, Penny Wojnarowicz and Mark Burchell, have announced today that they've also got asteroids named after them. I haven't seen the full list, so if anybody else has had an asteroid named after them today, or got colleagues or friends who have, and have been involved in Europlanet, it's a nice news story. Europlanet Society members get asteroids named after them. So that's a nice thing to celebrate at the end of the meeting, that we've got people. And I'm delighted, particularly for Rutu, because she was so much involved in the early career network and so on. To get that stage through, I think is absolutely wonderful. And I think it's a great news story for the early career people that, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, she was a PhD student working in there and setting up the EPIC network. And now she's got something that will be there forever. Forever, this asteroid will be there, well, presumably forever. So that's some really nice news to end on. Any final questions? Oh, yes, sorry. No. So we do have the final deliverables and everything else. We've done the kind of sustainability, I think. But we have just the final deliverables and milestones from Callum, just to remind you what you've got to do. Otherwise, I think we will be able to finish. Do you want to come up and do your milestones? Any other questions while I'm here? If not, see me in the bar. Only if Sophia says that. But I can tell you 2 years of bottle, Gareth. I can afford it. It's done.
Okay, so Thomas, do you mind if I use this rather than this one, just for height reasons? Is that all right? Yeah? Okay, cool.
Just a second. There's a question from Erard.
Ah, okay, all right.
Why not to propose an asteroid to be named Europlanet?
Overwhelming opinion seems like a yes.
And a second from Nico. Are
Yeah.
the results for the votes on the second motion in?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Carol.
You sure? Okay. All right. So I'm aware that this has been a very long day for everybody, so I'll try to be very fast. So I'm going to give a brief update on our status with our deliverables and milestones reporting, going into the last sort of year of project activity. So I'm going to briefly take you through. I'm sure you know us all very well already, but I'm going to briefly take you through the project management stuff. I'm going to talk about our processes in collecting deliverable documents and milestone dates and how we enter those. Then we're going to go through the deliverables that have been submitted already so far in the project and those that are upcoming, and similar with milestones which have been achieved and which we have still to look forward to. So, as I said, I think you know us all very well already, but the Europlanet2024 RI project is coordinated by Nigel, managed by Shushmita and by Jonas at the ESF. The finances are looked after by Zafir, and I hold the admin officer role. Our processes for handling deliverables and milestones are here on the screen. So I will send you, work package leaders typically, an email 2 months and 1 month before the deadline, Our deadline in this case that we hope for is typically 2 weeks before the submission date. Those 2 weeks are for 1 week to circulate to PMC for review, and then 1 week for us to perform final proofreads and to allow a little bit of slippage time before we upload to the portal. Similarly with milestones, you'll receive a reminder 2 months ahead and 1 month ahead. And then once you've let us know that the milestone has been achieved and also the achievement date that we can enter into the portal, then that goes off. So let's just have a quick look at what we've submitted so far on the deliverables front. We are 81 deliverables in out of 101. This is up from 60 deliverables submitted at our last council meeting, which was about 9 months ago. Better quality versions of these images are available in the portal. If they're of interest to you, please get in touch and we can make sure that you have these in more detail, but I'm not going to go through all of them because we'd be here all evening. One deliverable, notably D6.10, has been removed because of the political situation with Russia and the connection with LMSU. All right, we're going to talk briefly about milestones that we have already achieved. There's a certain amount of catching up to do with milestones, as we'll get to in a moment, but again, better definition versions of these images can be provided for you if that's useful. And you'll see some of these are achieved very recently here this week. Deliverables that are still to come in the remaining time of the project are as follows. I've highlighted a few in yellow that are interesting talking points. And so deliverables D1.12 and 1.14 pertain to an originally planned 4th TA call, which now looks unlikely to happen. We had 4. This is including the fast track. Yeah. So this is 4. Yeah. So the deliverables for those for that still exist, but they're under discussion. Similarly, we have the VA external board review, the third one. This has been moved, just nudged slightly by a couple of months, but is not yet reflected in the portal because it's very recent. And similarly, the GMAP JRA 4th year report. Angelo, if you're still online, I will write to you soon about this. But this similarly, I think, was an error in the updating of the deliverables in the portal quite recently. And so I'll email you about this. Super.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that this can reflect the fact that we had 4 months or 5 months of GRA after the reporting period. That's the point.
I see. I mean, we can talk a bit offline about.
I'm happy to remove it, so we can talk offline.
All right, good. So these are the milestones remaining in the project. There are some that are a bit backdated, and we will need to talk about that. But again, better versions of these images can be provided for you very easily if that's helpful. I'd like to just express a bit of gratitude actually about the acknowledgement of EU funding. About 9 months ago at our last council meeting, many beneficiaries were missing the acknowledgement of the EU funding of Europlanet2024 RI on their website. This is now no longer the case. Almost everybody now has this, which is fantastic, and we really appreciate the effort to display this, but it is really important. So this is still here as a bit of a quick reminder to anything that you publish, including this acknowledgement, really helps, especially with things like publications, because things can be automatically picked up based on the inclusion of the grant number in the document, and so the inclusion of this acknowledgement really helps. Okay, I'm going to go through a few of the challenges and lessons learned from this process. Firstly, because we are a very broadly distributed project with a lot of beneficiaries, our administrative resources are somewhat limited. So this has been something that has been challenging with this project, but I think that was known. It goes without saying, please, adhere to all deadlines as much as possible. The better you communicate with us, the more smoothly the whole thing runs. When it comes to D&M changes, we're hoping to have much fewer of these now going into the next year. But please communicate any foreseen changes as far ahead as possible,
so that we're not trying to rush something through and we can be as well prepared as we can be. I've just talked a little bit about the acknowledgement, so I won't cover that again. Continuous reporting data. For the work package leaders, you'll be familiar with the PMC info request email that goes out every month. On there, it's a great opportunity to update your continuous reporting stats with the forms on the website. So a quick reminder to keep doing that. The most up-to-date deliverable template is available on SharePoint under Work Package 1 Management, and then in the Deliverables and Milestones folder. It's really, really helpful if you use that, so that we then don't have to go back and edit it before uploading it to the portal, and it ensures that all of our deliverables look neat and uniform. So much appreciated for you all to keep using that. So as usual, if there's anything that you would like to know more, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, please get in touch. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I just want to, for the record, somebody asked about the results of the polls. Just to confirm, the first poll motion up to 25k euros should be transferred from travel support for NA to telescope observations to travel support for ERIM 2023. Participants, poll result of 37. And does this include your proxy votes? No. So we add in 3 extra ones? No. So add.
ETH voted.
They did already. They did vote. Okay. And you didn't vote twice. So they should.
I don't think Korea can vote.
Right. Okay. Because they're not.
They gave approval. I don't think they should vote.
Right. Okay. There we go. In that case, we had 37 votes. There was 1 abstention. So 36 out of 37. That's correct. The approval has gone through. The second amendment, sorry, so the second motion, budgets from BSL, E-List, Vigna, University of Kent, and also ESF should have been on there, will be consolidated to cover cost of hotel venue, live streaming and conference services. 36 votes, 1 not approved, 1 abstention, and 34 approval. So again, correct, that goes through.
Okay, I hope everybody heard that. So we thank you for the 2 approvals. But as I say, in September, we will organise a council meeting. It will be online. What will happen is that we will announce the date of the council meeting. We will provide you with the figures and what you're voting on in time, and then we will hold the vote then. But that will depend on you getting your financial reports in. The more accurate information we can get, the more accurate we can do it. It may then still be necessary to have another discussion in January as the financial reports come around and when we see where the finances are. And then that will also be online. We will then have the next council meeting face-to-face will be in Berlin. And I say we will ask you there to approve the final report and the final financial report in Berlin. And Susmita will be in contact with making the arrangements and so on to what day we meet and where we meet at the EPSC. Okay. I think we are finished for a very long day. Yay! Go party!
Oh, sorry. Just one last thing.
One last thing.
Just one last thing. Feedback. We've had 16 feedbacks. We need more. So please do go to the feedback form. I'll send a wrap-up thing next week or whatever. And you should have received the email today in any case. But please.
Anything you want to say about bursaries or anything last, other than getting the bursaries in or anything? An email's gone round. I hope it's clear. Okay. Sophia, can you just say on the bursaries?
Yeah, so email went out. IWF are processing most bursaries, so they send an instructions of what to do and how to claim. And some bursaries, a small amount, might have to go through University of Kent, which is mainly for people who were driving, so they need to get in touch. We provided a shared email address where
Well, we've got more happy people in the room here, you see. So anybody who drove here and wants reimbursement, that is likely to be done through Sophia and the University of Kent. The rest will be done through Günther and Austria. So because of the way that we found out that actually, according to Austrian rules, you should have taken a photograph or something of your distance before you started to drive here. So prove that you left, I don't know, a photograph of a date or something. Anyway, Austrian rules are the fact that if you didn't do that, it might be difficult to get the reimbursement. So Sophia will take that over for that. You use a Google map or something to get
Google Maps, and then it's 45 pence per mile.
45 pence per mile. 50 cents or whatever. Yeah. Okay. That is it. Okay, everybody. Thank you for everybody online for sticking with us all day. I do hope we'll see you in person at some meeting. And as council, as I say, I look forward to everybody coming to the Berlin meeting and seeing you there, the next EPSC. Anne-Corinne is here. If anybody is going to the EPSC meeting, I do not plan to go, but Anne-Corinne will have taken over by then, September, so she will be the president of the society. I just continue to run the research infrastructure. But please meet up with Anne-Corinne in the meeting in America, and I hope you all have a good time.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you again to Peter and the local organising